More communication on the incident of violent altercation between a sitting member and a former member of Parliament on Wednesday, 9th April 2025. Honourable members, you recall that on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, I issued a communication regarding an incident of violent altercation that occurred within the precincts of Parliament. The incident involved the Honourable Umulkhair Harun Mohammed MP, a nominated member of this House, and the Honourable Iman Falhada Deko MP, former Senator and current member of the East African Legislative Assembly, IALA. In the communication of members, I directed the Honourable Falhada explains herself to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission in writing on Monday, 14th April 2025 by 5 p.m. A further order that the member be precluded from accessing the precincts of Parliament, Parliament buildings and facilities for a period of 90 days, save for Monday, 14th April 2025 being the day she was to deliver her written explanation to the Speaker. Honourable members, I also indicated that upon reviewing the response by Honourable Falhada, I would guide the House on any further or other action that would be taken, not only on the two members involved in the altercation, but also on the member claimed to have recorded the video of the incident. Honourable members, I wish to inform the House that indeed the Honourable Falhada delivered her written response to my office on 14th April 2025 as directed. Upon receipt of her written explanation, I reviewed it concurrently with the explanation and apology tendered by the Honourable Umulkhair to this House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025. Further, I reviewed the incident report submitted to me by the Sergeant-at-Arms through the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly and the video clip of the incident despite it being unauthorized recording. I think lawyers like Otiendo Molo know the value of illegally obtained evidence. Honourable members, from my review, I have satisfied myself that whereas the Honourable Umulkhair Harun Mohammed MP was involved in the altercation, she appeared to be the victim in the violent altercation and not the provocateur. Accordingly, she bears no fault in the matter, hence I will not prefer any sanctions on her. Honourable members, with respect to the Honourable Falhada, the IALA Member of Parliament, and having carefully considered her detailed account of the altercation and the apology therein, I note that although her actions towards the Honourable Umulkhair were indeed unwarranted, they were not premeditated. I also note that she expressed unreserved remorse and apology for the incident. However, the Honourable Falhada was a visitor who decided to tag along another visitor into the precincts of Parliament. I noted that the visitor appeared to have been very enthusiastic in her engagement in the unfortunate altercation. As a former member of this House and also a sitting member of IALA, the Honourable Falhada did bear a greater responsibility to be of good behaviour. Consequently, I invoke the provisions of Standing Order Number 1 and vary the period of her expulsion from the precincts of Parliament from the 90 days that I pronounced on Wednesday, 9th April 2025 to 45 days. For clarity, the 45-day period commenced on Wednesday, 9th April 2025 when I gave the order, filed my communication number 18 of 2025. For the avoidance of doubt, the period effectively ends on Monday next week, that is on the 9th of June 2025. Honourable members, you may also recall that when I reported to this House the unfortunate incident of violent altercation, the House was in a profound shock as to the claim that a sitting member of this House recorded and circulated a video of the incident. To this end, I indicated that should the claim be ascertained, that abhorrent act would attract the sanctions under the Standing Orders and Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 6. Honourable members, witness accounts have identified the Honorable Lawrence Mpuri Aburi, MP, the member for Tigania East, as the member believed to have made and circulated the video. Indeed, members, I personally spoke to the Honorable Mpuri Aburi, and he claimed that he recorded the video for fun, shared with one female member of this House, who subsequently circulated the video unlawfully. I have no evidence to that effect. I take exception to the member's irresponsible conduct, given that he is a senior member of this House and therefore bears a higher level of responsibility befitting a ranking member in upholding the dignity of the House. Honorable members, I hasten to emphasize that any form of indignity by one of us becomes an indignity to all of us, this House, and indeed to the institution of Parliament as a whole. I implore all of us who are members of this House to collectively safeguard the dignity of this august House in the manner we conduct ourselves in the chamber, within the precincts of Parliament, or elsewhere in our private or public life. Honorable members, as members of Parliament, you have no private capacity. You are honorable members of Parliament, in Parliament, out of Parliament, in your homes, in your constituencies, and even outside the jurisdiction of this country. Accordingly, honorable members, having considered the circumstances surrounding this matter and having duly allowed the Honorable Lawrence Mpuri Aburi reasonable opportunity to reflect on his conduct, I will now allow him, the Honorable Lawrence Mpuri Aburi MP, should he be present in the House, to rise in his place and proceed to tender an appropriate and conditional and unqualified apology to the House. If he is not present in the House now, I will allow him to tender this apology at the next appropriate time in the presence of Mr. Speaker. The Clerk of the National Assembly is hereby instructed to take the necessary action to enforce those directions. I thank you, honorable members. Is Mpuri Aburi in the House? Is he in the House? He's not in the House. Yes, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, in line with your communication, Mr. Speaker, which was well written, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time such an incident has happened in the House, where there was an altercation and the person recording the video is an honorable member of the House, Mr. Speaker. All along it has been either outsiders or other people. Mr. Speaker, I know the matter of discipline rests with you under your committee, but Mr. Speaker, I feel that it is very lenient for the member to only to apologize, Mr. Speaker, because the crime he has committed might be even worse than the other two who are fighting, Mr. Speaker. And you saw the way that video was showing many things, Mr. Speaker, many things which were necessary, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that guy must, the member must get a severe punishment, which is worse than, Mr. Speaker, even the culprits, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let's listen to his apology and see whether it will attract further sanctions. And for the female member who circulated the video according to Mpuri, if he turns up and mentions you and has proof, you'll also face some sanctions. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies, question to be put.
Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable Ferdinand, take the nearest seat. Honorable member on her feet, take the nearest seat. Haika. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on its consideration of the agreement on fisheries subsidies laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D approves the ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report on consideration of the audited accounts of state corporations for Central Region. Question to be put.
Honorable Donya, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of state corporations, Central Region, for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6th December 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, special motion. Consideration of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 25(2)(b) of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Number 1, Mr. Erastus Edung Ethcon, chairperson. Number 2, Ms. Anne Jerry Nderitu, member. Number 3, Mr. Moses Alutalala Muhwana, member. Number 4, Ms. Mary Karen Sorobit, member. Number 5, Mr. Hassan Nur Hassan, member. Number 6, Mr. Francis Othiambo Aduol, member. And number 7, Ms. Fahima Arafat Abdallah, member. Honorable Speaker and members, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee held approval hearings for nominees to be appointed as moved on Saturday, a weekend. This was due to the fact that there was urgency in the matter due to the timelines and also the delay that had been caused by the court order that barred the vetting of the members the previous Monday. As a result, the committee had to burn midnight oil and also spent the entire day first evaluating the report of the selection panel and conducting the hearings physically, whereby all the 7 nominees appeared before the committee and were actually vetted. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to thank members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, all of them singularly and plurally, including the Vice Chair, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, who is here, Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo, who is here, I saw Dahoud Mohammed of Wajir East here, Johnny Makali of Kandui, Stephen Mogaka of West Mogirango, and the rest of them. All of them, as named in the report, played a key role in actually vetting these members and making this report, which was tendered to this House yesterday, an elaborate report. It's a bit long, but I hope every member has had a chance to read this report, to acquaint himself or herself with it, so that you know the reasons why the committee has made a recommendation that we approve the 7 nominees. The report begins with the chairperson's forward, in which observations are made, including compliance with the Constitution, the reasons why this was done on a Saturday, and the position we take regarding the court order that stopped vetting on the 26th of May. That indeed it appeared on the face of it that the courts were barring or injuncting Parliament from carrying its duties. We took exception to that and pointed out that Parliament and the Speaker and the Speakers have ruled on this severally, cannot be injuncted from discharging its constitutional mandate. Be that as it may, this is a house of law. We obey the law as it is. Before we could evaluate the order, we had to obey first. Then after that, we had to evaluate what to do. And fortunately, the judge actually realized the mistake he made. And on that Thursday, he was able to vary the order to what it is in the present form today. The first, chapter 1, which is the preface on the establishment of the committee, is self-speaking. Chapter 2, which is on the background information of the committee and the nominated members, is also self-speaking. And I will not go into this for purposes of saving on time. Chapter 3 is on the memoranda from the public on the suitability of the nominees. And we need to speak on this because there were various issues that were raised by several members of the public. And those issues are captured in chapter 3 of the report. On each member where there was any objection raised, we have not captured the approvals because we also received quite a huge amount of paperwork which were affidavits in approval. But since we are not required to consider these and table reports on them, because we are only required under the Approvals Act to discuss the objections, we did not capture the approvals. However, we have captured the objections as raised before the committee, and in chapter 3, the House can actually look at what was said about each. I will be commenting on this shortly. And number 4, it's on approval hearings. We have tried to capture this almost verbatim, what each of the nominees presented to us, right from their own opening statements, whereby they gave a history of themselves, and eventually we had to look at their academic background, experience in the works or in the various fields, and suitability, which is a requirement of the law when it comes to vetting. We looked at all this, and it is captured in chapter 4 of the report. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 is quite lengthy because I repeat, it captures almost verbatim what the nominees had to say, including their responses to the objections. Now, chapter 5, which is very important, is on our observations regarding the nominees, our committee observations on the nominees, We have observed whatever it is we took of interest and importance. We have set it in chapter 5 on each of these nominees, and chapter 6 is actually on our recommendations. Having evaluated these particular nominees, we did not hesitate to recommend that each of them be actually approved. Now, who are we approving as the nominees? For the chairperson of IEBC, we have Mr. Erastus Edung Ethekon, who hails from Turkana. Number one, he was one of the two persons who were forwarded to His Excellency the President for nomination, and he was picked from those two. Then, as regards the process of nominating him, we were satisfied that the process was in compliance with the Constitution and in compliance with the Parliamentary Public Approvals Act. Mr. Ethekon demonstrated knowledge of his area of specialty, which is law, and that he satisfies to be a judge of the Supreme Court, which is a requirement for his appointment. He has more than 15 years of practice, and he also has a lot of experience in other matters, including conflict management, which we think is very important, and especially because of the disputes that arise after elections. There was an objection to Mr. Ethekon's appointment on the basis that he is closely related to the governor, to the former governor of Turkana, Mr. Josephat Nanok. This was in a sworn statement, and therefore we are to deal with it. On the interrogation, Mr. Ethekon confirmed that he has no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Josephat Nanok, apart from work-related relationship. That at one time he was appointed as the county attorney of Turkana, and he worked with Mr. Josephat Nanok. Even after Mr. Josephat Nanok left office, he continued working with the governor, who is presently in that office, and therefore work-related relationship cannot be a bar to his becoming the chairperson. Otherwise, he demonstrated knowledge of electoral matters, he demonstrated knowledge of law, and he actually confirmed that he has the spine to deal with elections in the Republic, which are ordinarily very emotive. With those remarks, we were convinced that he suits to actually be the chairperson of the IEBC. The second person was Ms. Anne Jerry Deritu, who currently is the registrar of political parties. She has worked for over 10 years with the IEBC, where she rose to become a director. Therefore, in our view, we actually termed her as an insider, a person who knows how IEBC works. There was an objection to her nomination on the basis that she is a state officer. The person who objected stated that the appointment was contrary to the law because she is a state officer. And unfortunately, the law is clear, which is that you cannot be appointed when you are a state officer. The word used is appointment and not nomination. She was able to clarify to our satisfaction that she has not been appointed, she has only been nominated. The third person is Mr. Moses Alutalala Muhwana. Mr. Muhwana, who actually is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over 11 years experience. On top of that, he has been a teacher for a long time, amongst the many other things he has done. What struck the committee with satisfaction was his ability to communicate. Mr. Muhwana is a good communicator, especially when he started giving us his journey through life in Kiswahili. Eventually, he answered our questions in English. He is able to speak both languages in a manner that he will be able to relay matters of IEBC to the country when the time comes. So, to him, the gem he takes to IEBC is that of communication, and I hope he will make use of it, because the one reason Kenyans have a problem with IEBC, the trust issues we have with IEBC, is purely because communication is not as good. We want to hear what is happening at every step of everything, including awarding of contracts, so that nobody feels we are being shortchanged or somebody is trying to do things under the table with a view to delivering elections that are not credible, fair, and justifiable. Mr. Muhwana will fit that shoe so well. The fourth candidate was Mary Karen Sorobit, another advocate of the High Court of Kenya, who came in with experience from many institutions of the government, including the Advocates Complaints Commission, vetting of judges, and many other areas that she has served in for the last almost 20 years as an advocate. Mary Karen suits the position. We felt that as a lady again, she also gets now into the gender equality, which is very important, and also as a person from South Rift, then again, regional balance is achieved. The fifth person was Mr. Hassan Nur Hassan. Hassan Nur Hassan has worked in the public service for over 40 years. Although today, he is not working with the public service. He has great knowledge in matters public. He has great knowledge in matters dispute and conflict resolution, as he demonstrated. In fact, due to his age, we said the rest of them are young. We require somebody of his age to guide the commission when the time comes. Therefore, in spite of objections raised to him, and there were many, including that he had been in the Rift Valley when there was the clashes, he was able to show that even when he was there and the clashes occurred, he was able to quell them, he was able to resettle these persons, and peace was restored. There was an objection to his relationship with a member of parliament. We will not discuss that much, apart from he is a brother-in-law to the member of parliament. Anything else was not material in the objection, because, as we have said, he is a senior citizen. In fact, his response was that he was where he is even before that member of parliament was born. So it is coincidental that one of them is married to the sister of the other, which does not affect, it does not impair his way of delivering results when it comes working for IEBC. With those reasons, we were convinced that his relationship to the member of parliament was actually not material to the way he was going to discharge his duties. Number 6 was Mr. Francis Othiambo Aduol, a gentleman who has worked in the universities ever since time immemorial, with an advanced age, which we also felt was extremely useful for Earth. All of you are looking forward to having constituencies delimited. And here is one person who is able to match the size of the constituency with the number of persons, so that we are able to arrive at a fair and just decision. Therefore, Mr. Francis Aduol is suitable to be a member when it comes to exactly what Kenyans expect, which is fair representation on the basis of constituencies. We did not hesitate to approve Mr. Francis Othiambo Aduol to become a member of the IEBC. Finally, there was a young lady who came from a place called Shela in Lamu. Young, she's 32 years old, and the first impression she created was that of a youth. Therefore, youths who have been extremely agitated, they have been anxious, they have been complaining that they do not get involved in such important matters like electoral matters, IEBC, etc. Now have one of their own in this particular commission. So, Ms. Fahima represents the youth.
There is a point of order.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard the able chair of this committee refer to this lady, Faima, and use the word she created the impression of being a youth. I thought you'd say she is a youth. That impression, that statement is misleading. So, and because we are on the floor of the House, can you correct that and say she is indeed a youth?
Murugara, did she create an impression or she's a youth?
No, she is a youth. Yes. She is actually a youth,
yes,
as required in law.
Yes.
All right? What the impression was, being 32, when she actually appeared, we thought she was in her 20s. Otherwise, she's 32 years old, extremely knowledgeable. No.
That is not a qualification.
That is not a point to be considered, Honorable. Although Honorable Farah kept on constantly repeating that one, and some members found it quite curious. When he gets a turn to speak, he will possibly speak on it. But this young lady has worked ever since she left.
Yes, Honorable Farah.
The Honorable Chair is casting up aspersions on me. He doesn't know that my wives are watching this now. And he wants to land me in problem when I go back home. So
he's saying you have roving eyes.
Eh?
You have roving eyes.
Thank you, Honorable Farah. The operative word is wives. The wives are watching, not wife. However, he observed it and let him just tell us something about it. This young lady has worked right from her days after university with Lamu County. She has been a ward admin. She has risen all the way today. She is the CECM finance in that county. So when we evaluated her, she actually met all the parameters that were required. Number one, she's a youth, we repeat. So the youths of the Republic of Kenya are taken care of. And they should not complain again that we, the elderly gentlemen or gentle ladies, are actually avoiding them when it comes to matters important as this one. Number two, she is a lady because she cannot be anything else. Gender. So the ladies have produced a youth who will represent the youths, both the men and the women. And this is extremely important. Number three, she's from a small community. Although Bajuni, she's a Shela, a small community in Lamu, not very developed, marginalized to some extent, but she has actually been able to rise to that important position. And number four, the education. She holds a degree from the university, Kenyatta University. She has worked in senior positions, and she has demonstrated she is able to deliver. And our question was this: can she stand up and defend IEBC when it is under attack, especially by the youth? She demonstrated that she will be speaking directly to the youths. Matters IEBC. When they issue, when they are questioned, when there are questions to be answered, she will be speaking to the youths directly so that they can hear her and understand her. So, with those very many remarks, we looked at every one of them. We were satisfied that they suit the nominations given to them, and we did not again hesitate to approve all of them. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me kindly to beg and move and then request the senior counsel in the House, with the permission from my vice chair who is here. Yeah, these days, you know, we are broad-based, and we have to be broad-based everywhere, with my vice chair who is here and is listening attentively. The senior counsel is no other than Honorable Otiende Amolo, the Member of Parliament for Arienda, who sat throughout, listened to these people writing the reports and everything else. Senior counsel, kindly, Mr. Speaker, allow me so that he seconds. Thank you very much.
Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this special motion, and I thank my chairman, my vice chairman, and the other members for sacrificing not just their Saturday, but their madaraka. For us, we had no madaraka on this day because we sat throughout. Mr. Speaker, it's important that Kenyans and this House understands the context in which we are recommending all the nominees to be passed. First of all, Mr. Speaker, we had a very robust vetting session. It was covered live in most of the stations. We posed to the nominees all the questions that had been raised by those who had objected. And there were 3 people who objected, Dr. Gikenyi, Mr. Omondi, and Ms. Masinde. And it is their constitutional right to object. But we were satisfied that all the objections they had raised were sufficiently dealt with to our satisfaction. It is important also to note that in some cases, we actually had to recall some of the nominees for further clarification when some of the members also raised issues which looked like they were not sufficiently addressed. And they came back and answered those questions sufficiently. Mr. Speaker, let me just very briefly speak to some of this. I think the chairman has covered a lot of them. Let me start with the nominee for chair, Erastus Ethekon. It is important to note that for you to be chair of IEBC, you must be qualified to be a judge of the Supreme Court under Article 166. To be a judge of the Supreme Court, you need either to have practiced for 15 years as an advocate, or been a judicial officer for 15 years, or have done something relevant in the field of law. We were satisfied that this nominee had practiced for 22 years continuously. But in addition, the work he has done over the period, including his current station as an expert in the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, in South Africa, qualifies him in any other relevant field of law. And that is why we have recommended him. Mr. Speaker, Madam Anne Nderitu, objection was based on the fact that she is currently serving as the Registrar of Political Parties. Now, that was satisfied, Mr. Speaker, as explained by the chair, on the issue that the disqualification is on appointment. And this nominee produced to us a ruling by our own speaker of 4th December 2014, which has been religiously followed, that the disqualification comes at the point of appointment, and assured us that should she be successful, she will resign before appointment, and therefore it satisfied that objection. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Moses Alutalala is a man whose journey, who has had an odious educational odyssey, having qualified first as a primary school teacher with a diploma, and then rose through self-education to be one of the first parallel students in law. And his journey has been very long. But of note to us is the fact that he was admitted as an advocate in the year 2014 and was able to produce to us every practicing certificate each year since then. And that satisfies the idea of being a practitioner of at least 10 years. And that's why we were satisfied. Mr. Speaker, Mary Karen Sorobit has practiced law for 29 years. But an objection was raised that she may have been a member of the governing council of a political party, contrary to Article 88. This nominee was able to demonstrate to us that although she served as a deputy CEO in one of the political parties, she was never a member of the governing body, and went to the registrar of political parties and produced those who were members of the governing body for Jubilee since inception, and even for UDA, and therefore was able to demonstrate that she is not disqualified under that rubric. Hassan Nur Hassan is a gentleman with about 40 years in public administration as required by Section 6 of the IEBC Act. But of note was an objection that had been raised under Article 88(2)A, that he may have vied as a governor within the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hassan was able to demonstrate to us by reading the express provisions of the Constitution that the disqualification only applies to members of parliament and MCAs, not those who vie for president, not those who vie for governor. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we came to the conclusion that you cannot import a disqualification into the express provisions of a text. And therefore, we were able to find that he was not disqualified. The other nominee is Professor Francis Aduol. Mr. Speaker, this Professor Francis Aduol was quite impressive. He is a professor of geospatial science and engineering. Shall I repeat? He's a professor of geospatial science and engineering. And part of his specialty, his first PhD, was on the study of the earth. And he told us he can actually tell where any of you are at any one point if he gets your phone number or something like that. But of importance is the fact that one of his areas is delimitation of boundaries. Delimitation, including the focus on what weight should be placed on population, size, and even poverty. And we came to the conclusion that of all the nominees, this nominee will be very helpful to the Commission when it comes to the issue of delimitation. And we are all aware that we are immensely out of time on the question of delimitation. We are also all aware that it's a very emotive matter. It was important to note that Professor Duol has worked with all the bodies that have dealt with this issue, from the Interim Independent Boundaries Commission to the Committee of Experts to the IEBC and every other body. And therefore, we had no hesitation in recommending him. Mr. Speaker, Fahima Abdallah, I think that the chairman has spoken to all that there is to speak. She ticks the three very important boxes: youth, minority, and gender, and has had at least 10 years in public administration. Mr. Speaker, this particular nominee was accompanied by her father, and one of the members had the courage to ask whether she was married or not, which was not part of our consideration. And I've heard Honorable Farah objecting that the chair is casting aspersion. But Mr. Speaker, I do not see any aspersions there, because I know Honorable Farah is allowed by religion more than one wife, to get even up to the fourth. And even after getting to the fourth, I am sure Honorable Farah is allowed by religion to divorce. Talak, talak, talak. So, so it means Honorable Farah remains permanently eligible.
There is a point. Honorable Farah.
Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a conspiracy against
You seem to have
No.
you seem to have exhibited some profane behavior.
No.
In the committee.
No. The senior counsel.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is that I did not say that this lady is single. You know what I mean? So, of course, somebody said.
What is your point of order? You are compounding the allegation. Because you seem to be very excited.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Jeanette, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to come to the aid of Honorable Farah. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Honorable Farah is the cuckoo danger of Northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, you know what I mean, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
This is the real cuckoo danger, Mr. Speaker, the way you're seeing it.
Yes, Zamzam. Mama Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niwaambie Mheshimiwa Tendo Amolo na wenzake, huyu ni mtoto wetu mrembo sana, mzuri, lakini hajakuja hapo masala ya ndoa, amekuja pale kuchapa kazi. Ni mwanamke, na wanawake wakionekana sehemu, sionekane ndoa tu, wapewe nafasi yao ya kuweza kujenga taifa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Otieno Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually agree with the Honorable Zamzam, but hasten to remind her that there is also a right to marry. So it's not excluded in the Constitution. And I am happy that Honorable Farah has sustained his excitement right from vetting to this committee. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Order member on the feet, take your seat. Who is that member with his back to the speaker? Take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now propose the question at order number 10, which is that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. 1. Erastus Edung Ethekon, chairperson. 2. Ann Nderitu Njeri, member. 3. Moses Alutalala Muhwana, member. 4. Mary Karen Sorobit, member. 5. Hassan Nur Hassan, member. 6. Francis Odhiambo Aduol, member. And 7. Ms. Fahima Arafat Abdallah, member. Kamket, how many, honorable members, how long do you want us to take on this? How many? Let me allow some debate, and I'll call the mover to reply at 4:30. Yes, Kamket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this motion.
Honorable Kamket, I have a proposal from the Minority Whip that you can compress your contributions in 3 minutes. I'm sure you are capable of doing that, and everybody else. Kamket?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, what if you cannot say it in 2 minutes or 3, then you better not say it. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the ruling you made that the vetting of these commissioners or proposed nominees continues, because the attempt to block Parliament would not have been constitutional. Mr. Speaker, the delay in the appointment or in the nomination of the IEBC has been very costly to this country. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I feel for the people of Banisa constituency, Msambweni constituency, Magarini constituency, Ugunja, Mbeere North, Malava, as well as the constituency of the nominated member left by Honorable John Mbadi. As well as, Mr. Speaker, the several ward vacancies that have been caused by the delay in the delay of the constitution of this commission. Mr. Speaker, when the IEBC, when we approve this commission, their hands will be full as they seek, Mr. Speaker, to look at, number one, the delimitation of boundaries in the constituencies. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the constituencies I believe as we move forward that needs to be divided into 3 is Tiati constituency. Tiati constituency deserves to have 3 members of parliament. It's not because that I'm not capable of representing Tiaty as it is now, but the size and the population, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Commission needs time to look at the operationalization of the KIMS kits, because that is one of the major revolutionary achievements that we achieved as we reformed our constitution and we reformed the IEBC Act at the beginning. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important things in our election cycle is this thing called KIMS. And I want to tell all those lazy politicians who always want to blame the referee. Mr. Speaker, I have hardly spoken. And I see the red light is there. Mr. Speaker, it is important for any politician to understand that votes can only be found by hard work. All those politicians who come and blame the referee, Mr. Speaker.
Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When I gave you 3
Mr. Speaker,
minutes,
from
you said
onset,
you
let me
can finish in
say I support the approval of these 7 great Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do not have a perfect society. That's why God, the Almighty, allowed us to submit to the will of God. And the will of God also allows us to have rules in the form of regulations, constitutions, and everything else. Mr. Speaker, having said this, these individuals have gone through all the due process. We have an election, we have a constitution, we have an election act, Mr. Speaker. The election act stipulates that we ought to have a panel. The panel mandate is clearly spelled out, Mr. Speaker. We have the Public Appointment Act. We have the vetting, the entire process. They have gone through, they have been subjected to public participation. The public have also had the right to say what they wanted to say. And ultimately, the concerned committee made a decision that these 7 individuals were eligible to be approved by this House. But Mr. Speaker, we must speak as Kenyans. We have politicized literally everything, Mr. Speaker, in this country. Isn't it the high time that we think out of the box and be prepared to contribute to the continued peace, stability, respect, and tranquility, Mr. Speaker, so that as a country, we are respected, we respect ourselves, we are respected regionally, we are respected continentally, and we are respected globally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now, everything bad in this region, we have been projected as a society that ever complains. We have been projected as a society that does not believe in itself. We have been projected as a society that does not have faith in its own administrative mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I know managing elections is a very difficult time. The membership, out of the 7, quite a number of them come from the pastoral community. Wherever they are, I want to ask them this. You have been entrusted with a very important exercise. I may not talk to you individually, but collectively, we want you to carry the image of this republic. We want you to continue to project the respect the Kenyan people, through this parliament, have allowed you. Mr. Speaker, I do know right now that many people maliciously, capriciously, have tried to impute improper motive on these individuals. Mr. Speaker, I do know that once they are approved, and I pray that this other process is going to be shortened, they will carry the flag of this country high. They will project our image. They will continue to protect Kenya as a very important premier republic, and ultimately give us a credible election in 2027, Mr. Speaker.
Time up. Joseph Emathe, member for Turkana. Give him the mic.
Speaker, I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. First, allow me to thank the committee that was able to vet and bring out a good report of these people. Honorable Speaker, from the background, I want to speak to this man called Erastus Ethekon, the chair for IEBC. Honorable Speaker, this is a demonstration of equity, a demonstration of inclusion. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee plus those who were able to nominate him. Honorable Speaker, first, this is a rare gem, Honorable Speaker, and I will want to attach it to a hummingbird, that in the first northern frontiers of Kenya, we were able to get a man who was determined and was able to rise up from a humble background, from the dust, from areas that are excluded, from areas that are always denied an opportunity, to where he has become. Honorable Speaker, as a hummingbird again, Erastus was able to become the first breed of law students from Turkana. And Honorable Speaker, as a hummingbird, he was able to flap his wings very hard many times to be what he became and to even be interviewed in that panel. Honorable Speaker, second, Erastus has been able to even be interviewed as a judge for this country. An opportunity was not able to get, but given his background, Erastus rose to be interviewed in that committee or board. Honorable Speaker, as at now, I want to say as a hummingbird, this Erastus will be able to go fast and even be able to land at an opportune time. Second, this guy will be able to even maneuver in the darkness and be able to get the direction. And Honorable Speaker, this is a man that I know, given our democracy, he will be able to be acquitted with whichever that is required and be able to give us a drop of what it means to have a fair election. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kupongeza kamati ambayo iliweza kuwapiga msasa hawa makamishna, wakahakikisha kuwa baada ya muda mrefu Wanakenya walikuwa wanauliza tunaelekea wapi, mwisho wakawapa jawabu kuwa ni hawa ambao wameteuliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze kuwapongeza makamishna wote ambao wameteuliwa wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti wao, na niseme kuwa kama Wanakenya tunafurahi kwa sababu tumeona wamechanganya. Leo tumepata chair ambaye ametoka katika jamii ambayo ni ya wachache, na hii inaonyesha kuwa Kenya tumekubali uongozi ni kutoka mahali popote. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi hasa ninasimama kwa sababu ya mtoto wangu ama mwanangu ama niseme mtoto wa Pwani Faima, ambaye ametoka katika jamii ndogo sana kule Shela. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa nafuatilia vetting yao wakati unapigwa msasa, na nilikuwa naangalia maswali vile yanavyoulizwa katika ile kamati, na nikasema huyu mtoto ama youth amekuwa na ujasiri mkubwa sana, na ameshika bendera ya vijana wetu katika taifa kwa kuweza kuonyesha kuwa pia vijana wana nguvu na ari ya kushika katika sehemu kama hizi ambazo ni sehemu kubwa sana katika taifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi napenda kuombea Mungu, najua hino kazi na mitihani mingi sana, lakini nawaombea Mungu inshallah wakati ambapo utafika wa kuanza kufanya kazi zao, wao wanaweza kulindwa na Mwenyezi Mungu na wasimame na haki na usawa. Hatutaki kuangalia ama kuona maafa katika taifa, tunawategemea kutoa haki kwa wananchi. Na Faima, mimi nasema kama mama kaunti wa Mombasa, na kuombea Mungu sana. Umetuheshimisha wanawake, na umeheshimisha vijana. Ulizungumza kwa ujasiri, umeonyesha elimu yako ilipofikia, na mimi napenda sana na nimependezwa sana, na kuombea Mwenyezi Mungu na azidi kukubariki pamoja na wenzako, na Kenya izidi kuenda mbele. Kwa hiyo tuko tayari kwenye uchaguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to rise in support of this motion for the approval of the nominees for the IEBC Commission. Honorable Speaker, first is worth noting, Honorable Speaker, that as much as the committee and the panel have done a very good job in vetting these nominees. First, the panel in interviewing them and the committee in vetting them. We have been without an IEBC commission now for the last almost 3 years. And we are indeed 3 years late in establishing an IEBC commission. That's why, Honorable Speaker, I agree with you when you said that there is nobody under our constitution who can injunct us from either vetting or approving these names. Honorable Speaker, I also want to speak to those who are in the judiciary to be considerate of the circumstances that we are in as a nation. Honorable Speaker, moving on to the nominees, it's saddening, Honorable Speaker, that because of politics, a number of us out there had started demonizing some of these nominees, largely on account of where they come
Majority Leader,
from.
although you are entitled to 15 minutes, but I want you to be considerate and speak for much less.
I will endeavor to do that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was saying it was very inconsiderate also, now that I want to be considerate, to hear somebody who has held a high national office assert that Erastus, the nominee, Mr. Erastus Edung Ethekon, the nominee for chair, does not warrant to hold that position on account of where he comes from. It was sad, Honorable Speaker, that somebody can say, because Erastus comes from a community that he perceives not to have shares or adequate shares in his own analysis, that Ethekon does not deserve to chair this commission. Honorable Speaker, if you read through the CV of this gentleman, a master's in law from the University of Derby in the UK, a postgraduate, a bachelor's from the University of Nairobi in law. This is someone who qualifies to be a judge of the High Court or even the Supreme Court, Honorable Speaker. And that is all that is required in law. The law never required you to come from an ethnic community that pleases those who think that it is on the basis of your ethnicity that people should be given jobs. Honorable Speaker, I want to say, Mr. Erastus Ethekon, wherever he comes from, whether he comes from Nyeri or from Turkana, he is a Kenyan. And it was rather unfortunate to hear the former deputy president, the impeached deputy president and disgraced former deputy president, assert that Mr. Ethekon does not warrant to be nominated for this position on account of the community he comes from. I heard another one, Honorable Speaker, Martha Karua, saying that this Ethekon comes from some bush somewhere. Turkana is not a bush. It is part and parcel of our republic. And we must respect people not on the basis of where they come from, but on the basis of what the content of their heads. And I am sure this lawyer is a better lawyer than Martha Karua. By far, I am certain. He is a much better lawyer. Honorable Speaker, this county of Turkana has produced a very well-schooled individual, Honorable Speaker. And I speak about Ethekon because I heard him being attacked by these disgruntled political faces on account, not on his qualifications, not on his ability or capacity to lead this commission, but largely on the basis of where he comes from. And it's rather sad that people who purport to have held national offices can demonize a whole community on the basis, or a person on the basis of the community they comes from. And I want to say this, Erastus, looking at his CV, just like the CVs of all these other nominees, are people who qualify to serve the Republic of Kenya as commissioners of an independent electoral and boundaries commission, Honorable Speaker. And as I said, we are rather late in establishing this commission, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, to speak to those out there who are looking at these people on the basis of their ethnicities, on the basis of the villages they come from, let me tell them, you will never win an election on the basis of who is presiding over that election. You win elections based on what agenda you take to the people. If you take an agenda of
Honorable
ethnicity...
Joseph Ematha, you have already spoken on this. What is irritating you? Yes, what's your point of order?
Point of, Honorable Speaker, I beg if you will allow, and even to guide on this, that that thing has not been able to be responded well in my community. And we have the Committee on Cohesion. We also have a Commission on the same. And Honorable Speaker, if that could be picked, if that could be picked as a country, because that is
Honorable Mother, I gave you an opportunity to speak. You didn't even mention that. Take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I reminded the Honorable Member what was said of this great man from the lakeside of Turkana. And he's a great leader. And I was saying, Honorable Speaker, you never win an election based on who is presiding over that election. If you want to win an election, take your agenda to the people of Kenya. Speak to the people of Kenya. You will never win an election based on hatred. You will never win an election because you are showing bitterness to everybody or belittling people from certain communities because you think the village you come from is more important than other villages in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we all come from certain villages, and they are as important as your small village, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this commission, as I said, we are 3 years late. And the sooner we approve, the sooner the president appoints, and the sooner this commission begins working, the better for this country, Honorable Speaker. Because there are people who are suffering in this country, lacking representation, Honorable Speaker. The people of Banisa, may I not remind you, Honorable Speaker, have sued you. Yes. Not anybody else, you as a Speaker of the National Assembly, because they lack representation in this House. And so are the other constituencies, Honorable Speaker, the people of Magarini, the people now of Kasipul, Kabondo, and many wards across the country where people are lacking representation simply because we do not have an IEBC. In fact, Honorable Speaker, any leader, whether in this House or outside there, who is not in support of this motion and the establishment of a new IEBC is an enemy to this republic, is an enemy to the people of Kenya. That is someone who does not wish this country well. And may I dare say, Honorable Speaker, even any person in the judiciary who would imagine that they would come into the way of stopping us from having an IEBC, you would not be acting in the best interest of the Republic and the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, may I also take this opportunity, Speaker, to plead with our judges and the judiciary, Honorable Speaker, to take what they call, or what you lawyers call, judicial notice of the circumstances that we are in as a country. We have the elections pending. We have electoral delimitation to be done ahead of the elections. May I also remind us, ourselves, Honorable Speaker, the Kriegler Commission told us that at least 2 years before every election, we should have a commission ready. Honorable Speaker, we are slightly above that 2-year threshold. It is time we have a commission so that if there is the limitation that they will do, they are able to do that. If they have to register new voters, they need time to register new voters. They need to remove those who are deceased from the register of voters. And they need to clean up the register of voters in good time so that when we defeat these hate mongers in the next elections, Honorable Speaker, they will have no excuse. Those who have a premonition that 2027, Honorable Speaker, as was said here in the adjournment motion by the leader of minority, those who imagined, Honorable Speaker,
point
that
of
would...
order from Chepkonga. What's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, I was just listening very carefully to the majority leader, and I don't intend to interrupt him because he's saying very palatable things, Mr. Speaker. It is not impalatable. You know, he's saying very good things. The only thing that he has just said is that these nominees must be approved as soon as possible. And I thought Standing Order 97 allows us to approve as soon as possible. Would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to request you to call the mover to reply so that we approve as soon as possible?
Honorable Chepkonga,
Mr. Speaker, you had said 4:30.
I had already said at what time I'll call the mover to reply. Yes. Yes. So, wind up.
I think, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chepkonga was simply prompting me to close this so that we can approve these names as soon as possible, as he says, Honorable Speaker. And now I've even lost what I was saying. But, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say that we need this commission as early or as soon as we can, Honorable Speaker, to allow this commission to get down to work. Honorable Speaker, in closing, I was saying, in 2 years' time, we'll have a general election because that is time-bound. and we must have a general election. And therefore, we must work within the timeline that is given to ensure that the commission that we establish or the commission that we put in place has adequate time to put all the measures necessary to ensure that we have an election in 2027 that will be beyond reproach, so that we shame the hate mongers, the warmongers who have been threatening us that 2027 there will be more bloodshed than 2007, Honorable Speaker. Those warmongers, those bloodthirsty leaders, Honorable Speaker, or so-called leaders who do not deserve to be leaders, if they can imagine that the 2007 post-election violence was a Christmas party, Honorable Speaker, we must shame them today by approving these names, having a commission in place, and having credible elections in 2027. And I am certain we will beat them on the basis of an agenda that is pro-people, an agenda that is transforming lives across the country, as they move around the country spreading hatred, inciting Kenyans, showing a lot of bitterness, and imagining that Kenya will go into the abyss because of their anger and hatred for other Kenyans. With that, I beg to support, Honorable Speaker.
Members, I had said I'll call the mover to reply at 4:30. It's now 4:32. Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very
Members,
much.
you are all saying the same thing.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Those who have not spoken, those who have spoken for all of you.
Thank you very
on,
much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join you actually in acknowledging all the members who have spoken and thanking them for their very valuable contributions. I know many of them would have also loved to say something about either all the nominated commissioners or a few of them. Honorable Farah was actually raring to say something, but we have spoken for him. My vice chair here, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, was gearing to actually do a valuable contribution, and everybody else. Thank you so much for this. To the IEBC commissioners, we will approve your nominations this afternoon. But Kenyans are watching, and they are saying, if you do not have the spine to conduct elections, start growing one now. Because we have to have a fair, just, credible, verifiable election, which every Kenyan is going to be satisfied with. And those of us who may differ with those who are supporting, please do not make any threats to the country. We have our constitution, we have our laws, and we have institutions which we must have faith in. I know for sure there are trust issues with IEBC. It is the high time these 7 commissioners now grew the trust so that Kenyans can believe in this institution, which is very important for the country, known as the IEBC. Thank you so much. With those remarks, I beg to reply.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is the taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment. Order. Murugara. Order. Let me put the question once more, which is the taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. 1. Erastus Edung Ethekon, chairperson. 2. Ann Nderitu Njeri, member. 3. Moses Alutalala Muhwana, member. 4. Mary Karen Sorobit, member. 5. Hassan Nur Hassan, member. 6. Francis Odhiambo Aduol, member. 7. Fahima Arafat Abdallah, member. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, ratification of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ agreement.
Bowen, before you move, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Ansense Boys High School from Ainabukoi Uasin Gishu. On behalf of myself and the House and the member for Ainabukoi, you want to 1 minute only because we are interrupting the moving of a motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your very kind and generous generosity in allowing me to recognize, on behalf of the House, the students from Ansense High School in Ainabukoi constituency. This is a boys' school, Mr. Speaker, which has very many students. It is the biggest boys' school in Ainabukoi constituency. Mr. Speaker, when I see these students, it reminds me what the late president of South Africa said. He said that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change your world. Their visit to this house will indeed change their world. What they have seen, it's an educational tour, and what they have seen, Mr. Speaker, will change their world. I want to encourage them to continue to study and to excel in their exams. I wish them well when they sit for the exams. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I join you in welcoming the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the House approves the report of Departmental Committee of Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation and its consideration on the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the laws of the sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond the national jurisdiction, that is a PB&J agreement. Honorable Speaker, the PB&J agreement was tabled in the National Assembly on Tuesday, 29 April 2025, and subsequently referred to the committee pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 170A. The committee was mandated, Honorable Speaker, to facilitate the public participation and make an appropriate recommendations on whether the House should approve with reservation or reject the ratification of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, the agreement provides a comprehensive framework to address the critical gaps in the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond the national jurisdiction. The agreement was adopted in 19 June 2023 in New York, USA, by Intergovernmental Conference on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond the National Jurisdiction under the auspice of the United Nations General Assembly. And it addresses quite a number of issues. Honorable Speaker, some of those areas addressed by this treaty is marine genetic resources, including a fair and equitable benefit sharing, the area-based management tools, which are used by the Marines and those who are doing business in marine, the environmental impact assessment. This is, Honorable Speaker, those who are doing marine business, either exploration or even fishing, before they conduct on a serious industrial in our waters, they must conduct an environmental impact assessment, capacity building and transfer of marine technology. Madam Speaker, Article 26 of our Constitution, read together with the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 4D, provides a legal foundation for incorporating international treaties into a domestic law. The National Assembly plays a critical oversight role in ratification and ensuring conformity with the constitutional values and public interest. Further, to Article 25, Honorable Speaker, of the Constitution stipulates that the general rules of international law shall form part of the laws of Kenya. Article 26 provides that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall become part of Kenyan laws under this constitution. And that is why we are bringing this treaty, Honorable Speaker, before this House this afternoon. Madam Speaker, the Treaty Making Ratification Act, CA4D, operationalizes Article 26 of our Constitution and defines a treaty as any international agreement concluded between states and governed by international law, whether single instrument or a multiple related instruments. In this regard, it is only upon ratification by the National Assembly that the treaties and the conventions becomes part of our laws. Madam Speaker, the committee placed an advert in 2 national newspapers on Monday, 6th May 2025, inviting for a public memoranda in compliance with Article 118, Subarticle 1B of our Constitution and subsection A3 of the Treaty Making Ratification Act under our own standing orders under number 170A. While no memoranda was received, Honorable Speaker, by deadline, the committee convened a stakeholders consultation meeting on Thursday, 29 May 2025 at Radisson Blue Hotel with representatives from the State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries, from Attorney General Office, the State Department of Foreign Affairs, Kenya International Boundaries Office, and International Union for Conservation of Nature, Africa. And Madam Speaker, after consultation, the committee made several observations. Number one, the BPNJ agreement is open for signature by all states and Regional Economic Integration Organization from 20th September 2023 to 20th September 2025. And it will enter into force after 120 days from the date, Honorable Speaker. Upon ratification, Madam Speaker, the Kenya will need to align its laws, the regulations, and administrative procedures with the agreement. This includes reviewing the legislation on environmental protection, ocean governance, and biodiversity. Kenya will be eligible to submit proposals for areas-based management tools, ABMTs, including the marine protected areas, subject to scientific review and the stakeholder consultation. The agreement is consistent, Madam Speaker. I want to confirm that this agreement is consistent with the Constitution and promoting the environmental conservation as outlined under Articles 60, Subarticle 1E of our Constitution and 69, Subarticle 1A, E, F, G, and H, Madam Speaker. The Kenya may be required to contribute financially to institutions established under the agreement, including the Secretariat. However, the country stands to benefit from the targeted support for developing countries through the capacity building, technology transfer, and technical assistance. The ratification will improve the ocean health, strengthen institutions, build capacity, and help meet sustainable development goals, and position Kenya as a regional leader in BBNJ and blue economy matters. The provisions focused on ecological connectivity and regulation of fishing in ABNJ will protect the African coastal waters from overfishing by foreign fleets or foreign ships. Madam Speaker, Part 4 of that treaty establishes a detailed process of how the environmental impact analysis is going to be done, and it's applicable to activities in APNJ, that is in the auctions, those within the national jurisdictions with significant environmental risks in APNJ. And Part 4 extends to the digital sequence, that's the information, recognizing their commercial value. This is just for technology transfer, Madam Speaker. While the access and the benefit sharing committee is established with the defined terms, the institution architecture includes the secretariat seat, the membership, and the tenure. Remains still part of this treaty, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Kenya should advocate for hosting opportunities, representation, and employment within the institutions established under the agreement to ensure equitable benefits for developing nations. There is need for evidence-based research in a treaty ratification process to optimize national benefits as envisaged under CAF 4D. The agreement provides that no reservations or exceptions may become made of the agreement, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having deliberated and conducted a public participation in line with the Constitution, the Treaty-Making Ratification Act and our standing orders recommends the following. One, that pursuant to Articles 10, Sub-Article 1, Article 70 and 71 of our Constitution, that the agreement shall not apply to utilization of marine genetic resources and digital sequence information collected or genetic before an agreement entry into force for Kenya. Number two, that the agreement shall not undermine existing international treaties, agreements or framework to which Kenya is party, including but not limited to United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea and the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. That the Ministry of Mining and Blue Economy and Fisheries and other relevant ministries and state agencies to submit a quarterly updates to the committee on, one, the implementation of the agreement, number two, the financial and non-financial benefits, and number three, the capacity building activities derived from the agreement. Honorable Speaker, that is what this treaty is all about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the coastal regions, we have what is called the coastal lines. In Kenya, we have about 200 nautical miles, which is our boundary. But beyond that, Madam Speaker, is what we are calling beyond the national jurisdiction. And this treaty basically was crafted or was developed to make sure that the areas which is beyond jurisdiction, if there is someone who wants to utilize that around that area, at least there is procedures, there are rules on how the resources which you get from there are going to benefit the member states. It also provides some regulations. If you have to get into that area which is beyond the jurisdiction, and you want to do some mining, Honorable Speaker, you have to carry out some environmental impact analysis, because by so doing, at least you must be approved that what you are going to do is not going to harm the marine life. And then the other thing, Honorable Speaker, is that these treaties, if we sign as a country, there is a lot of benefits. We are going to benefit from a technology transfer, because there are some other member states which are more advanced on issues of marine, the US, the UK. So for us, which we don't have that kind of a technology, Honorable Speaker, being a member of this treaty, we are going to benefit in that technology transfer. So, Madam Speaker, I think as a country we stand to benefit if we adopted this treaty, and I want to ask all my colleagues that we approve this treaty to be part of our laws, and we are going to benefit from our natural resources, especially in the marine areas. Madam Speaker, I want to move and ask the member, my honorable member of the committee, the member for Matuka, Engineer Kasim Sawa Tandasa, to second.
Give him the mic. Maybe you might have to move to another. Okay, there you are, Robert Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, as the chairman has clearly stated, this is a treaty whereby if we assent through this House by passing this motion, the country is bound to benefit immensely. If I'm to stand along the shores of the Indian Ocean in my constituency at Zote Beach or Diani Beach, which most of us know, and we face east, we will be looking at 12 nautical miles, which are supposed to be territorial part of Kenya, 12 nautical miles. Beyond the 12 nautical miles, we are having 200 nautical miles, which is part of Kenya in terms of exclusive economic zone. The 12 miles is territorial. It's part of the country Kenya. The remaining 200 miles is for purposes of economic and exclusive again to Kenya. This is an area where we can license other countries if they are to do any economic activities within the 200 nautical miles. But this agreement is this treaty is looking at beyond the 200 nautical miles, commonly referred to the high seas, or now the area beyond the national jurisdiction, whereby each country or any nation can exploit that area without referring to Kenya, though it's part of the Indian Ocean. With the level of development that we have, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we are not able actually to monitor that area. As it stands, we are not even able to monitor effectively the EEZ, the 200 miles. And out of this treaty, it's the only way we're going to get an opportunity to actually know what is happening at the high seas, that is the area beyond the national jurisdiction. And since we don't have the economic power, we don't have the technology, it is only by us assenting to this treaty that we'll be able to actually benefit by the knowledge that will be being harvested there, the natural resources that will be being harvested there. And since the oceans are for prosperity, even when the time comes that now we can also exploit that area, then we will be able actually to know how much fish, how much biodiversity there is in that area, and therefore benefit. Honorable members, without deliberating so much, now that we have a whole ministry of blue economy, this is the right time for us to ratify this treaty so that the country can benefit. There will even be a fund through this treaty whereby as a country will be able to actually apply and tap into once we are signatories to this treaty. With those few remarks, I second.
Honorable members, it's been exciting listening to this because my degree was in maritime law and I studied law of the sea. One of the subjects was memorizing the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. So it's wonderful to see that's been expanded after so many years of having it been signed in the first place. So with that, honorable members, it's my pleasure to propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on its consideration of the agreement under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond the national jurisdiction, BBN, agreement laid in the table of this House on Wednesday, 4th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBN agreement. Okay. Members who want to contribute, just press the intervention button Honorable Peter Kaluma, I know we were running the Law of the Sea program together.
Speaker, thank you very much. The many things you taught me at the University of Nairobi was public international law, more so the law of the sea. And so, Honorable Speaker, I understand the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which you taught us was ratified in 1982. Honorable members, the sea territories are delimited in a particular way. 20 nautical miles from the shoreline is the territorial sea. And that part of the sea called the territorial sea is treated as part of the state from which the sea moves. After that, Honorable Speaker, 24 nautical miles from the territorial sea is the contiguous zone. It is called the contiguous zone because it is a zone where if there were war, it is a place to which again a territorial state is entitled for purposes of its exclusive war engagements. Honorable Speaker, 200 nautical miles from the shoreline of a territorial state into the sea is the exclusive economic zone. And that exclusive economic zone, Honorable Speaker, will mean that for purposes of economic exploitation, and I'm emphasizing this, Honorable Speaker, because we came from the Blue Economy Madaraka Day celebration. And then you get people largely talking about fish and fish stock. The exclusive economic zone is the entitlement of a territorial state bordering a sea for purposes of exclusive economic exploitation. So whether it is fish stock, whether it is marine life, whether it is minerals prospected and discovered under those waters, they exclusively belong to the state. I'm emphasizing that to make the point, Honorable Speaker, that when you go deep into 200 nautical miles, I can tell you if you put that water area together, it means nearly a third of the territorial boundary of Kenya is within the sea for purposes of exclusive economic zone. Honorable Speaker, under the exclusive economic zone is the continental shelf. The continental shelf entitlement of a territorial state also goes up to 200 nautical miles, but with the agreement of the world bodies, it can be extended up to 350 nautical miles. And let me confirm to the House that for purposes of the continental shelf, we've gotten the permission of the relevant committee and international body, and now we stretch up to 350 nautical miles. That means anything falling within the continental shelf from across the Indian Ocean can be exploited again exclusively by Kenya following the agreement of the international community up to that level. Honorable Speaker, beyond the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf is the high seas. And Honorable Speaker, you know, that is the area that we say is res communis. It falls within the right of the entire global community. And that is the area, Honorable Speaker, this treaty we are seeking to ratify is concerned about. There have been cases, Honorable Speaker, where highly industrialized nations, you go to China, you go to Japan, you go to those countries which manufacture or own big ships, they are trawling in these res communis, the IC areas, or those areas not falling within the exclusive jurisdiction of the territorial state. And what has been happening, Honorable Speaker, is that when you go trawling, you are searching for a specific, for instance, fish species, but you catch everything the nets will go with. And essentially, what you don't need, you just throw them away. So out of those practices, we are killing a lot of marine life, and then there is need, that area being a res communis, to be protected by this convention whose ratification, our agreement as Parliament, is needed for. I wanted to end, because of time, Honorable Speaker, by emphasizing the point that if you look at states like Kenya, Honorable Speaker, even going up to 50 nautical miles is still a problem because of the sizes of the ships we have and the level of technologies. we need to up our ability as a nation by investing in proper ships at our navies and at other levels so that we can protect marine life within those areas. But the areas beyond our territorial water boundaries are areas which we must protect under agreements such as this, which can, restrict these states with the power from finishing the marine life, from ensuring that we have waters which are sustainably used for people today, available for our children tomorrow, and available for our children's children in the future. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much, and I request the approval of my colleagues for this convention, whose being here confirms, Honorable Speaker, that indeed nothing can have the force of law in this country unless it is a provision coming from this house. So may we signify our approval so that this convention is ratified, it becomes part of our law, and the protection of those areas falling under the remit of res communis is guaranteed under this agreement. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Ali Hassan Joho, the CS for Blue Economy, for bringing this agreement before this House. Mr. Speaker, the BBJN agreement is an agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Parliamentarians for Global Action, or PGA, where I have served as executive in the Executive Council, and now currently a member of the Council, and also the current chair of the Kenyan chapter. And Mr. Speaker, we have worked very, very strongly around this convention and on the issues of conservation of the oceans and the high seas in general. And therefore, the bringing of this convention to be ratified by the House is very welcome. Mr. Speaker, the agreement addresses 4 main issues. It addresses the marine genetic resources, including the fair and equitable sharing of benefits in the areas that Honorable Kaluma calls the res communis. Mr. Speaker, because of the limited resources, there's always been a perception that the resources in the waters are limitless or infinite. But time has shown that they actually can be misused and can be exhausted, and therefore it's very important that not only that they should be conserved, but that there is equitable sharing, because there has been an imbalance sharing with developed countries having more advantage than the developing countries. Yet we know that if indeed there is a place that still has a lot of resources, it's the high oceans, the high seas. Mr. Speaker, it also talks about measures such as area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, and especially again for ensuring that we conserve and expand what we already have there. Mr. Speaker, it talks about environmental impact assessments and capacity building and the transfer of marine technology that the mover mentioned when he was talking about. It also talks about cross-cutting issues such as establishing a funding mechanism and setting up institutional arrangement, including the conference of parties and various subsidiary bodies, a clearinghouse, and a secretariat. Mr. Speaker, it indeed is a very good convention, and I do support. Mr. Speaker, however, I'm concerned about one thing, that if you look at this convention and a lot of the things that are coming here, the focus is very strongly on the high seas and the oceans. And sometimes we forget our internal waters. And one, I think it's when the mover was commenting, or the person who was seconding, that commented that it is important that we domesticate, once we ratify, that we domesticate by providing laws that will be speaking to the same issues as what is contained here. Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage the committee that when they'll be looking at those laws, nothing stops them from expanding into our internal waters and specifically into Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, yesterday as a Committee on Defense, we were looking, we had an engagement with an agency that works with our international boundaries. And they were talking about boundary demarcations. But if you actually look at a lot of the conflicts that happen in our whether internal waters or the high seas, the conflicts with other nations is generally about resources. And two of our islands were mentioned, Remba and Ringiti. And Remba and Ringiti were mentioned because they are actually very critical islands in terms of demarcating our boundaries. But, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the islands that always have a lot of conflicts with the Tanzania and Uganda on fisheries. And, Mr. Speaker, it is not a conflict because of political issues. It's a conflict on fishing. It's a conflict on resources. And therefore, if you are able to replicate in our internal waters a convention that is similar to this one, or even there's nothing stopping us, even amending the Fisheries Act, to bring something of this sort. The only reason why the Act would be limiting, it's because the Act will only talk to Kenya. But if we provide a treaty, then it will actually deal with our neighbors as well. So I would want to encourage the committee to look at this. And Mr. Speaker, even as I complete, Honorable Kaluma and the speaker before you were really boasting how they have done international law and dealt with ICs. I can also boast that me and Honorable Karoli here were students of environmental law at our master's level, and we studied environmental law at a master's level. But do I say, Mr. Speaker, and I'm surprised that Honorable Karoli is not keen, not keen on speaking. But we are students of environmental law.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kaluma? Yeah. What's out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I didn't just study public international law. I'm the first lawyer in this country to specialize in law of the sea. In fact, I assisted our Navy in delimiting our sea boundaries when Abu Rafruf was still the Navy commandant. So Honorable Mili should confine herself to environmental issues within the sea areas.
What's your point
not
of order?
talking, not knowing I'm a specialist in that area.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member for Homa Bay is actually misleading the House. The premier mind on law of the sea was the late Akicho Kola, Deputy Solicitor General, who attended all the negotiations until the law of the sea was signed in 1982.
Yes.
It is Akicho Kola. And the one speaking is the author of the National Environmental Management and Coordination Act. So stop misleading the House.
The Honorable Kaluma.
For information, Honorable Speaker, Okola participated in coming up with the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. But at the very heart of that convention was Dr. Androniko Oduogo Adede from Kwabuaen, the Homa Bay. And that is something for which he is credited. And Dr. Androniko Oduogo Adede was my master's lecturer when I was studying law of the sea. I think that is a point Honorable Karoli was forgetting.
Mr. Speaker, I have the floor. Mr. Speaker, I have the floor. And I want to educate Honorable Kaluma and tell him that there's a reason that I'm a senior lawyer. The Honorable Dr. Andriko Dede that is so proudly talking about was my boss in Letwal International. So don't even try.
Yes.
We've been there, done that, and got a t-shirt. So don't even try.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Give the mic to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the House that the Honorable Kaluma is from Homa Bay County. The Honorable Mili Odhiambo is from Homa Bay County. The Honorable Karoli Omondi is from Homa Bay County. And you can hear the debate is about the law of the sea, environmental law, and the battle of wits of great men and women, great scholars from the county of Homa Bay. And Honorable Speaker, you know, we were in Homa Bay over the weekend, and the people of Homa Bay are a great people. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me also assert that the Honorable Mili Mabona Odhiambo, being a law student and having studied environmental law, part of what this treaty seeks to look at are issues touching on environment in the sea. Therefore, the law of the sea, the law of the environment merge and converge. Whether they converge in Homa Bay or in the National Assembly, it's converging and we all move together, happy.
Honorable KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I was of a different opinion, Mr. Speaker. On an afternoon when we have very serious business to transact, I wanted you to find this debate totally out of order, because the display here is a display of something that is well known to this country. The tyranny of brains, the tyranny of Akili from Nyanza. And it has been displayed fully. We do not need to belabor the point. We know we have some fine brains from that area in the House, and we also know that there are and fog bearers who are also...
Order, Honorable KJ. Order. The chair assumes that some of those brilliant state of the current intellectual dissipation can also, basically permeate to the members, the overall House here, so that whatever you want to call it, I remember they used to say through osmosis or whatever it is, whatever it is, but order, Honorable KJ. Are you going to get your time to conclude? So this is it's well accepted. We are learning. We are learning a lot from these fine minds from Homa Bay. So proceed, Honorable Miri Odhiambo. I also did public international law. I did law of the sea, but nowhere near where the specialization.
Then we can allow you to stay in our circles.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I just wanted to say that I'm also currently doing my PhD in Daystar University. Excellent. And I am dealing with the issue of development, leadership, and on the issue of leadership and governance. And one of the things that I'm debating about, studying about, is whether there's something unique about Homa Bay. Mr. Speaker, the late General Ogola he came from Sia, but grew up in Homa Bay. CS Education, the current CS of Education, same primary school with me, Homa Bay Primary. PS Omolo, Homa Bay. Tomboya, Homa Bay. I can go on and on, but do I say? We are serious. I can see the chairman budget now is trying to purport to have a girlfriend from Homa Bay, especially Homa Bay town. And I know Honorable Kaluma can now be proud as the member of parliament for Homa Bay, because we are serious. But that aside, Mr. Speaker, what I was actually saying is that it is true, just as even Honorable Ichung'wah said, because we are dealing with the high seas. But we sometimes forget the inland waters. Yes. The inland waters that has produced these great men and women like myself. And because we are told when you're growing up, you're told if you eat fish, you become completely brilliant. And I would want to encourage the committee, the relevant committee, to look whether it is through the amendment of the Fisheries Act, which I don't think is very appropriate, but it's towards moving a more bilateral agreement between Uganda and Tanzania. And the agents we met yesterday has already agreed that they'll be willing to work with us because theirs is limited to boundaries. But we want to look at the issue of shared resources. The same that we are having for the high seas, we need to have for inland waters, so that we don't have our fishermen taken to Uganda, forced to eat raw fish with all our intelligence, and also forced to pay fines because they are fighting over the resources in Lake Victoria. Otherwise, with those few remarks, I beg to support.
Yes, the honorable member for Ndiwa, indeed Ndiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The learned friends have talked about the anatomy and physiology of the sea and the boundaries. But I just want to say that in a global village, some households are bigger than others. And what this treaty is trying to do to us is to bring order to the global village. You can't do business if there is no legal framework that protects the little and guides the greatest. There is also an issue of capacity building here, transfer of knowledge and technologies. I think we will benefit as a country from this. together we can address challenges. There's a lot of challenges when you come to the sea, especially those who have high technologies, big machines, and scoop everything. If uncontrolled, it has been said here, they will take all our resources and we can't do anything. Sensitivity to environment has been well spoken about. And of course, we have a share on this. And this treaty will bring everybody to order so that we can protect our environment. But who would like to be exploited? And who would like to get into conflicts with big powers? And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, which is very vital in this treaty, is the tapping into funds that can also help us as a small nation. So in all, I support the treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I also rise to support the approval for ratification of this agreement on the biological diversity of areas beyond our national jurisdiction. Honourable Speaker, as the mover said, this agreement was adopted in June of 2023 in New York. And so far, Honourable Speaker, from what the mover has said, a total of 100 and almost 123 countries have signed this agreement, and about 26 have ratified this agreement, Honourable Speaker. And we should not be late, Honourable Speaker, because as has been said by the mover, and as was noted by the committee, we, as a country, stand to benefit a lot. As much as, Honourable Speaker, as with the signing of this treaty and its ratification, we also be bound to pay certain fees, especially towards running of the Secretariat, but we also stand to benefit in terms of, Honourable Speaker, the things that we will get as a country that come to nations that border the seas and among developing countries, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this agreement, as the mover has said, has a compendium of issues that include, as I said when the Honourable Millie was speaking, environmental impact assessments. And that's what I was saying, there was also a lot of environmental law in it. It also includes marine genetic resources, including fair and equitable benefit sharing. And Honourable Speaker, as the mover and the chair of the committee had said, this agreement covers the area that is beyond the 200 nautical miles from our coastline between countries that share the seas or the ocean. And there is that area which would be naturally be constituted as no man's land. And if there is no treaty or agreement that governs that area that is beyond our national boundaries, Honourable Speaker, or beyond the 200 nautical miles, then that space is bound to be abused by many people. Honourable Speaker, in order to ensure that if there are any benefits, whether it's minerals, whether it's fishing, that is being done along those areas, then the countries that border those areas benefit and share the benefits of the whatever resources, that marine resources that be in that area, equitably and fairly. And that is what this treaty seeks to establish, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, upon ratification again, Honourable Speaker, we may need, or we actually need to align all our laws, Honourable Speaker, our regulations and administrative procedures to be in line with this agreement. And I want that to be a challenge to our committee on blue economy and also our JLAC and JLAC committees, Honourable Speaker, to ensure that upon ratification by Kenya of this agreement, we have aligned all our laws, regulations and other administrative procedures in line with this agreement. And that includes legislation on environmental protection, ocean governance and biodiversity in the sea, Honourable Speaker, because as we said, it is also possible for anyone to argue that beyond the 200 nautical miles, since it's no man's land, people can come from anywhere and come and dump things that will pollute the sea and therefore pollute our environment. And therefore we must also accordingly align our laws to ensure that our laws cover even those areas. Of course, in close concurrence with our neighbors whom we share the seas and other boundaries with, Honourable Speaker. And in those few remarks, Honourable Speaker, I beg to support. Honourable Speaker, a lot has been said about this bill. I do not want to say the obvious. I'm sure somebody else will say it. because I know the member for Alego Usonga can see him moving in his seat because he is very eager to move the budget estimates report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Yes, what's your point of order? What's your point of order?
One more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thought I'm the one with the mic.
You were on a point of order?
Yes.
And this is to conclude the debate. Can I allow the Honorable Russell just to take 1 minute and say something?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll take less than 2 minutes to contribute to this very important debate. I think this particular agreement is profound. This is about addressing the EEZ that stretches 250 nautical miles outside our territorial waters. The future of resources on Earth will actually be in the seas, or in the high seas for that matter. It is not just about an agreement. I think it is about how we are likely to exploit marine resources, not by using just our resources, but using resources of partners. There'll be exploitation of minerals, such as oils, such as whatever will be found in the deep sea, which will be highly beneficial to Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this is also about the freedom of the sea, that major world operators of ships and also of major navies are likely to use our EEZ. Then they are likely to cooperate with us to be able to do that. There must also be cooperation in the Indian Ocean Rim, where we occupy a sizable part of the East African or the Horn of Africa coastline. Finally, Honorable Speaker, they say that the next frontier of conflict will be in the sea, because every nation, many having exploited to the full extent what is on land, they'll be moving to the high seas. So for that reason, this particular agreement is very important, and Kenya must really be prepared in terms of resources, in terms of military power, to be able to protect what rightfully belongs to this country. With those remarks, I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering that the blue economy is also in the budget, and I know those who would want to contribute on the same can still contribute on the blue economy, which is still part of the budget, would I be in order to call that the mover be asked called to reply, and we'll continue the debate, because the blue economy is there, the sea, and it's part of the budget, so we can proceed with it after the mover of the budget and appropriation, my chair.
Honorable members, I now call upon the mover to reply. As many of the appearance say aye. Aye. As many of contrary appearance say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank all the colleagues who contributed to this motion for the ratification of BBNJ agreement. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take note of what the Honorable Millie said about there is need, as we ratify also treaties, international treaties, there is need to have even our own, say, East Africa treaties on fisheries, so that the shared resource like we have of Lake Victoria, Honorable Speaker, because of what is happening, we have seen many of our fishermen being arrested on the Ugandan side, and there is some issues around Migingo. If we can have even an agreement between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and all those who are using Lake Victoria waters, I think it is something us as a committee, Honorable Speaker, we are going to take it up to, with the State Department. Mr. Speaker, so I don't want to repeat myself. I reply. Thank you.
Next order. You have to put the question.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, general debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2025-2026 laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 239. 1. Approves the issuance of a sum of 2,538,293,978,440 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect to the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph 3, Committee of Supply. 2. Makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. And 3. Orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the state budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240. Consideration of the estimates in the Committee of Supply. Honorable Speaker, I would like to, first of all, as I move, begin by thanking members of Budget and Appropriations Committee for their diligence in processing the estimates that were brought before us. Honorable Speaker, budget making is a sole mandate of this House, and all members of this House participate in budget making through their departmental committees. Honorable Speaker, in the reviewing of these estimates, we listen to departmental committees represented by their chairman. And I also want to thank them, Honorable Speaker, because departmental committees brought to us very, very progressive highlights of the programs that the government is implementing in various departments. Honorable Speaker, in the course of processing the estimates, we were able to listen to proposals from the departmental committees, some proposing changes, some staying the changes. Honorable Speaker, it is not in the DNA of Budget Committee to refuse to adopt changes brought by members of this House through their committees. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that as we are processing the estimates, there are some changes that the committee did not allow, but 99% of the changes were allowed. Some of the proposals that were not allowed by the committee involve reallocations of funds meant for fertilizer subsidy, Honorable Speaker. And, Honorable Speaker, as one of the cornerstones of this country, Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains one of the anchors of our economy. And even as I will talk later about some of the programs that have been funded, we did not believe that reallocating resources from the fertilizer subsidy was necessary. The other area that my committee did not adopt had to do with the reallocations touching on coffee cherry fund. Honorable Speaker, coffee is becoming one of the most strategic cash crops of our country, leading in foreign exchange, and also incomes to farmers is substantial. As a matter of fact, as I will be discussing some of the strategic allocations, you will notice that in one of the allocations, coffee development is one of the areas that we are putting more resources. Honorable Speaker, as I go to the content of the report, I would like to say that and thank National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, we have revenue projections of National Treasury that is less than what has been projected by our own Parliamentary Budget Office. Honorable Speaker, Parliamentary Budget Office, our own, is a premier think tank. actually in this region, our parliamentary budget office is leading parliamentary budget office. In fact, in this region, regional parliaments are coming to us for benchmarking within that space. And our budget office has been leading in helping the regional parliaments to develop some of their ways of running budgets. And so, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank our parliamentary budget office and National Treasury, because for the first time we are aligning our thinking. The thinking within parliamentary budget office is that higher revenue projections has not been tenable. Even as we talk, Honorable Speaker, we are not being able to meet our revenue projections because we over-project. But for the first time, Honorable Speaker, the revenue projections given to us by Treasury is less than what our own PBU has projected. It means, therefore, Honorable Speaker, that we are making a more realistic budget, because revenue collection projected is what will determine what kind of programs you want to implement. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the CS Treasury, the new CS Treasury, because he's giving us a budget that is more realistic. Also, Honorable Speaker, that we are seeking to live within the confines of our means, that going forward, public debt is not going to be a solution for our problems. In the past, Honorable Speaker, we have been running very huge budgets and not factoring the fact that we have limited revenue sources. We end up running a very huge fiscal deficit. In this budget, Honorable Speaker, the fiscal deficit that we are applying is 4.5% to GDP. Remember, Honorable Speaker, that when we did supplementary 2 here, our fiscal deficit was 5.2. So we have moved downwards by over 0.7 basis points. So, Honorable Speaker, this shows that for the first time, the reality of broad-based government, which is more inclusive, approaching development in a more inclusive way, is becoming a reality. Honorable Speaker, as I move into some of the strategic areas where we have been able to put more resources. Honorable Speaker, as I said earlier, agriculture remains the most important cornerstone for this economy. And in these estimates, Honorable Speaker, we have continued as usual to appropriate resources for fertilizer subsidy. Fertilizer subsidy is the reason, Honorable Speaker, that we have been able to increase food production in the country. As we talk, Honorable Speaker, we have been able to produce more food, and that is the reason why the cost of living has come down and even inflation has been managed. So, Honorable Speaker, this budget appropriates 8 billion shillings for fertilizer subsidy. Honorable Speaker, you have recently seen the reforms that have been initiated in the sugar sector. To support those reforms, Honorable Speaker, this budget allocates 2 billion to support those reforms so that the sugar sector becomes profitable. For a long time, the sugar sector has been a loss-making endeavor where farmers deliver their cane to the millers, and in the end, it is the government that ends up paying those farmers. Honorable Speaker, those reforms that have been initiated are being funded to the tune of 2 billion so that that sector becomes self-reliant. Honorable Speaker, I mentioned about coffee sheriff fund. Coffee has become a strategic cash crop. In fact, Honorable Speaker, when we went round to engage in public participation, in the area of Nyanza, in the area of Rift Valley, in the area of Western, most farmers are abandoning their traditional cash crops and they want to move into coffee sector. As I said, the coffee sector is giving more returns, and also as a foreign exchange earner. Foreign exchange, Honorable Speaker, is going to be very, very important for our economy going forward. And therefore, most farmers are moving into coffee. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, Coffee Sheriff Fund is an investment which this Parliament has done in the past. It's in the wisdom of this Parliament again that we continue to fund Coffee Sheriff Fund, and we have allocated 2 billion shillings towards that. Honorable Speaker, I also mentioned that most farmers in those regions are trying to move away from other cash crops. They are engaging in what the budget report calls crop diversification. So in order to achieve that, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 2 billion shillings to help those farmers in those regions, farmers who want to move away from their traditional cash crops like maize, they want to go into coffee. We want to give them support so that they can be able to fully engage and support. Honorable Speaker, we need about 2.7 metric tons of coffee for export and for this market. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we want to urge more farmers to go into coffee farming. Honorable Speaker, livestock insurance is also a very important sector that we believe we need to fund substantially, and in this budget we have allocated 2 billion shillings for livestock insurance. Honorable Speaker, on the area of education, capitation still remains one of the biggest items in this budget. And this budget has allocated 90 billion shillings for school capitation, for JSS, for secondary education, and for primary education. Honorable Speaker, you heard about the uproar that Treasury did not allocate resources for examination. Honorable Speaker, in this budget you have allocated 5.9 billion for examinations. Honorable Speaker, examination is a process, and it starts with procuring of exam materials, it goes into logistics later on, and lastly into payment of examiners. Honorable Speaker, the total vote for all that program is 12 billion. But for the start, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 5.9 billion so that this process goes on. In the course of time, this Parliament will be able to appropriate the other resources to support it fully. Honorable Speaker, we have resources for recruitment of 20,000 more JSS interns in this budget at 7.5 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, in the area of health, Honorable Speaker, we have appropriated resources for procurement of vaccines. Honorable Speaker, vaccines, as you know, is very, very important, that this country must be self-reliant in the area of vaccines. We have appropriated 4.6 billion for that. Honorable Speaker, we are building a cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Referral Hospital that is going to cost 1 billion from this budget. Honorable Speaker, we have UHC health workers that have been demonstrating across the country for the last, I think, 1 year. Honorable Speaker, it is the determination of this House that those workers be now converted into permanent and pensionable terms. And in this budget, we have allocated 6.1 billion towards that. Honorable Speaker, this will be done only after thorough audit of the number of workers that exist. Because, Honorable Speaker, when these workers were hired, the number was 8,500. We have since established, Honorable Speaker, that some of these workers left the service, some counties hired them into permanent and pensionable terms, and the numbers have come down substantially. So, Honorable Speaker, the first thing that we have said here is that the Ministry of Health must first of all engage in thorough audit so that they'll be able to tell us how many of these workers are in their service before their contracts is turned into permanent and pensionable terms. Honorable Speaker, for a long time, the country is benefiting from rain-fed agriculture. And this has done so well, especially in the recent past, when we have been favored by too much rainfall. But, Honorable Speaker, this is not really reliable all the time. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 15 billion shillings to support irrigation programs across the country. We would like various parts of the country to engage in small-time irrigation projects that can continue to help the economy, even if we are suffering from lack of rainfall. Honorable Speaker, in the area of industry, the county aggregation industrial parks, which is a partnership between national government and counties, is a critical program that is intended to help regions harness and develop products that they produce. So, Honorable Speaker, in this budget, we have continued to allocate more resources towards this program, 4.6 billion that is allocated towards that, so that those programs in the counties, they can be concluded so that our people can be able to benefit from those programs. Honorable Speaker, there are so many Kenyans that are still landless, that do not have, government cannot be able to accommodate, give them land where they can be able to act their living. In this budget, we have allocated about 4 billion towards resettlement of landless Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, in the area of blue economy, the 6 counties in the coast and the 4 counties along the Lake Victoria have also benefited. An allocation of 5 billion shillings to help those fisher folks around the areas at Lake Victoria, that is Siaya County, Homa Bay County, Kisumu County, Migori County, and the other 6 counties in Coast, Kwale, Kilifi, yes, Busia also. Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Busia. So this allocation of 5 billion shillings is going to support the blue economy projects along Lake Victoria, and also along the Indian Ocean. Honorable Speaker, we have allocated resources for the transformative affordable housing program, which, as you know, Honorable Speaker, is intended to ensure that poor Kenyans afford decent housing. This is one of the programs, one of the major programs of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And this program is successful, Honorable Speaker. If you saw last week, when the President was in Mukuru, launching the program, it was beautiful. We believe that this program needs to continue, and this House has allocated, we have allocated about 95 billion towards that. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to say, Honorable Speaker, that we have a broad-based government that is inclusive. And Honorable Speaker, if you go through the budget estimates, you will see that we have distributed programs across the country. There is no part of the country that has been left behind. Even when you look at the infrastructure from Northeastern, from Garissa, from Mandera, we have at least a program in those areas. And this is the promise that the President gave. And we, as proponents of broad-based government, we want to say that we're living to that promise. And this budget is the first, the first of many that is going to restore hope to Kenyans and ensure that Kenyans feel that they are part and parcel of this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members of this House to study the report and support it because the report is huge. It has many other programs which I am not able to highlight here in this opportunity. Let members support this budget proposal, which is before us, so that in the end, we will be able to have a more progressive country. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
It be seconded by who? Seconded by who?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the Majority Leader to second.
Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to first thank the Chair, our new Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and all the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, together with our chairs of the departmental committees and the entire membership of the departmental committees, and especially the very diligent ones like Honorable Nyikar, who is still here, to ensure that whatever he took before the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been considered. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting, I can hear others protesting like the Honorable KJ, in charge of the CII committee, to ensure that the digital economy is also well catered for. But Honorable Speaker, I was congratulating and thanking these members because when we usually break for the long recess, these members that sit in the departmental committees and those who sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, this long May recess usually have no recess. And they put in a lot of their time away from their families, their constituents, to sit and deliberate on these budget estimates. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has ably put it, these budget estimates, as they came to us, Honorable Speaker, come in the backdrop of a time that is both promising and one that where we are coming from a very difficult period economically. And that, Honorable Speaker, you can see from the revenue projections from what we had last year, and with the challenges that we've had this last financial year that is now ending this June. Honorable Speaker, you remember this is a year that we had a very false start at the beginning of the year with the collapse of the finance bill. And eventually when we rescued the revenue-raising measures that were in the finance bill of 2024, at the beginning of December last year, we have only had about 5 months to be able to realize the revenue projections that had been envisaged as we prepared the budget estimates for the last budget of the 2024-2025 financial year. Honorable Speaker, we are fortunate that this year, Honorable Speaker, we are starting off at a time when our economy is not doing very badly as it were before, and there are less disruptions, Honorable Speaker, to our economy. The rains have done us a little bit of justice, Honorable Speaker, and therefore also food production in the backdrop of the subsidized fertilizer program, which has been provided for adequate resources in these budget estimates, have augmented our productivity in terms of food production. And when a nation is food secure, then the economy is naturally bound to do better because we have always prided ourselves as being an agro-based economy. And that means, Honorable Speaker, that when agriculture is doing well, the entire economy naturally will do well. And that has been reflected, Honorable Speaker, with the improving prices of our food items, rather the food items whose prices have been going down for consumers, and also better returns for farmers, be it farmers in the dairy sector who are now, through KCC, enjoying at least a minimum of 50 shillings per litre of their milk delivered to KCC. Not to mention also, Honorable Speaker, farmers in Embu who are happy. And I can see Honorable Mukunji smiling because he knows farmers in Manyata now are happy lots, benefiting from very good coffee prices, the best in the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker. And this has been as a result of progressive and very well-focused economic policies that this government or this administration chose to embark on in the year 2022, away from the populist things that people say out there in funerals and in weddings and other political rallies, Honorable Speaker. These policies that have been implemented under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda are bearing fruit and bearing good fruit for the people of Kenya. Some, of course, Honorable Speaker, as we said earlier, may not have been very popular with the people. But it is not always that true that what is popular is correct and what is right is popular. And I am glad that this administration chose to do that which is right, not necessarily popular. But the popularity of those policies now can be seen, Honorable Speaker, including the huge investment that has been made in the housing sector, Honorable Speaker, with the implementation of the housing agenda in this country. Many people doubted whether this would be a reality, but with the continuous handover of completed units, the 1,200 units in Mukuru, Honorable Speaker, caused a huge frenzy in the country because many people were made to believe by naysayers that the housing agenda would never be, and you never see those houses. And people believed that those houses were being built for a select few, and probably expected that these members of parliament, governors, ministers will be owners of those houses. Today, we have seen Mama Samakis in Homa Bay, Mama Mbogas in Kisumu, border riders and hawkers in Nairobi, in Mukuru, being owners, proud home owners, Honorable Speaker. And there is no greater dignity that we can give to our people other than giving them the opportunity to become home owners and become economically stable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this budget estimates, Honorable Speaker, come with revenue projections, including A&A or appropriations in aid that are to the tune of 3.3 trillion shillings. And to be precise, 3.316.9 billion or 3.3 trillion, Honorable Speaker. And that constitutes about 17.2% of our GDP. On the other side, Honorable Speaker, we have expenditure estimates of 4.239.9 trillion or 4,239.9 billion. That's 4.2 trillion. That tells you, Honorable Speaker, ahead of anything else, you're already in a deficit of close to 876 billion. And that constitutes, again, a fiscal deficit of about 4.5% of our GDP in the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, I'm mentioning these figures because it's important, even as we embark on what the Speaker this afternoon has read out to us in his communication on a mediation process with our colleagues in the Senate on the division of revenue, that we mediate. And I want to take this opportunity to implore on the governors, our senators, that even as we go into that mediation process, we bear in mind the kind of figures we are talking about. Because it's very easy, Honorable Speaker, to throw around figures of 480, 500 billion and say this is what should go to the counties. Now, I've just said this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, in an interview with one of our media stations, that we all support devolution. And we support devolution and would all want to even see figures to the tune of 600-700 billion at one point in time going to our devolved units in the counties. Even as we call for accountability on how that money is utilized in our counties. Because again, a lot of this money is being looted in the counties, Honorable Speaker. And we must also, as we devolve money, ask our county governors to be accountable of the monies that goes to them in the counties. Because it is one thing to demand for money, But it's a totally different subject to be accountable of that money, Honorable Speaker. There are counties in this country, Honorable Speaker, that year in, year out, for the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker, of devolution, 10 years plus, have benefited from huge amounts, hundreds of billions, but the people still languish in poverty with no health cover in their counties, Honorable Speaker, with no water, with no access through roads, Honorable Speaker, yet they have churned out governors year in, year out, and governors growing richer by the day. And you have seen even those who are being arrested protesting and burning cars of EACC because they do not want to be held to account. But we must tell EACC, DCI, and all other agencies, people must be held to account. If members of parliament are held to account over NGCDF that they do not implement, but if there is an issue with your NGCDF, the headlines, the banners will be so-and-so member of parliament, so much money has been lost in your constituency because you are the member of parliament, yet you do not in any way implement the programs under NGCDF. What of county governors, Honorable Speaker, who are executive members of government and actually implement projects in those counties, Honorable Speaker, even with the rampant looting that is there. Honorable Speaker was saying that for us to be aware that with a budget deficit of 876, that's close to 900 billion shillings. It's only 23.9 billion short of 900 billion shillings. 4.5% of our gross domestic product. Then it means, Honorable Speaker, we must be careful what we commit to even now as we go into mediation. Because should we say that we will need to raise another 60 billion shillings to be able to raise 465 billion for our county governments, Honorable Speaker, it means that 60 billion has to go to increase this budget deficit from 876 to now 940 billion. That, Honorable Speaker, will mean that you have to borrow more. That borrowing comes to at a cost, not just to government, but also to the investing community or our business community, our traders who have to borrow and now compete with government, with our commercial banks, because government will go to borrow from the commercial banks. We will also, as business people, go to borrow from those banks. And therefore, it becomes counterproductive. And that is why, if we have to manage our public debt, Honorable Speaker, we must be able to rationalize both our expenditure, even as we enhance our revenue-raising measures, Honorable Speaker. And I know we'll be speaking to our revenue-raising measures when we come to the discussion on our finance bill later this month, Honorable Speaker, in the course of this session. But, Honorable Speaker, let me also mention, because I've mentioned the figures that we have projected for, the overall figures in terms of revenue projections and expenditure. For our county governments, Honorable Speaker, these revenue estimates, estimates have a figure which we have put in the Division of Revenue Bill that we have sent to the Senate, and they amended to 465, and we put a figure of 405.1 billion. Honorable Speaker, that is not all the money that we are sending to our counties. Because there is usually this misconception that it is only the money that goes through the shareable formula, the vertical division of revenue, through the division of revenue, that goes to our counties. What we are sending to our counties is this 405, plus the additional allocations, another close to 70 billion shillings. In actual sense, it's about 69.8 billion. So if you aggregate the two figures, 405.1 and 69.8 billion, you are talking about almost 474 billion going to our counties. Therefore, even as we talk about figures, 465 billion, let us also now from here speak about the 474 billion that is going to our county governments, including the shareable revenue through the division of revenue and the additional county allocations and grants of 69.8 billion. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that so that even as we mediate, Honorable Speaker, we do this with some sense of balance and rationalization so that we do not sink our country into further debt. Honorable Speaker, again, in support of our judiciary, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been very magnanimous in supporting other arms of government, because so much money is going to the executive, a lot of money is also going to the judiciary and also to Parliament and the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been very rational in ensuring that the judiciary is also well-resourced to be able to actualize on delivery of justice to Kenyans, and they are allocating them about 27 billion shillings, part of which about 0.8 goes to the Judicial Service Commission, and 23.8 billion for recurrent, and another 2 billion shillings for development, to ensure that all the courts that are stalled around the country are also being they're able to complete those courts, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, since I mentioned Honorable Nyikala was among the very diligent members who are in this House as the chair of the Health Committee, Professor Nyikala will tell you that part of the challenges that have bedeviled the Social Health Authority and implementation of Taifa Care has been inadequate resources going to the Primary Health Care Fund. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that in these estimates, I can now see that they include 13 billion shillings that are going to the Primary Health Care Fund, another 10 billion shillings going to the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund, another 23 billion that goes to HIV, TB, and malaria-related global funds, and another 16.6 billion for the Universal Health Coverage Coordination, and another 10 billion shillings towards the support for national immunization efforts. I mention these figures, Honorable Speaker, because you know what has happened in the United States of America and the global funds that are coming from USAID, and we have made sure that we are now providing and resourcing our health ministry adequately to ensure that the programs under HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and the coordination of the national immunization efforts do not stall because we are not getting money from our donor community, and that is why those amounts have been put there to ensure that that works. Honorable Speaker, in closing, Honorable Speaker, SHA, or the Universal Health Coverage under Taifa Care, is working. And it is working well for many, many Kenyans. I am so happy that today Kenyans do not need to be told by politicians whether SHA is working. They are testifying in their backgrounds, in their villages, how their neighbor, how their relatives have had their bills catered for. I want to tell Kenyans now, with another 13 billion shillings going to the Primary Healthcare Fund, all they need to do is to walk into your primary healthcare facility. So long as your governor has enlisted that facility under SHA,
just give him.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying any governor who has enlisted at primary healthcare facility, be it a level 1, level 2, level 3 hospital, under the Universal Health Coverage or the Social Health Authority, any Kenyan within that locality can now walk into that dispensary, get treated, and go home without paying a single shilling or a coin, so long as your governor has enlisted. So Kenyans must ensure that governors have enlisted all their primary healthcare facilities. They are level 1, level 2, level 3 facilities, since this 13 billion is there up for grabs to treat you for free. For free, Mr. Speaker. Let me insist, for free in any healthcare facility. If you get an accident, Honorable Speaker, you have another 10 billion shillings going to the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund to ensure that if I get an accident, I am enlisted under SHA, I will now get treated for an emergency, a chronic illness, for free again in a dispensary or health center level 4 that is enlisted under the SHA platform, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I beg to support and urge members to support these budget estimates, even as we look forward to considering the revenue estimates when the finance bill eventually tabled before us by the Finance Committee. And congratulations to our Budget and Appropriations Committee for the good work and the huge effort that they put in ensuring that they have rationalized our expenditures with our revenue estimates to give us a product that will be good for our economy, even as we continue to grow our economy from the bottom up through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 4th of June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and Standing Order number 239. Roman 1 approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 2,538,293,978,440 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph 3rd Roman, Committee of Supply. 2nd Roman makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper, and 3rd Roman orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order number 240, consideration of estimates in the Committee of Supply. The Honorable Aseka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me join my colleagues and my chair in supporting this budget estimate for 2025-2026 financial year. Speaker, this budget provides for about 4.3 trillion, with 405 billion being allocated to our counties, 1.3 being allocated to CFS, and about 10 billion being allocated to the Equalization Fund. So, Speaker, if you look at this budget, key programs that supports the development of this country have been captured. The budget provides funds for the subsidized fertilizer, which will go a long way in addressing food insecurity. This budget provides revenues or funds for the recruitment of about 20,000 intern teachers who will assist us in our GSS centers. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides funds approximately to about 6 billion that will help into employing our universal healthcare nurses on permanent and pensionable basis. Mr. Speaker, as we look at this budget, we must also ask ourselves some of the serious questions on the implementation of budget. Mr. Speaker, it's not about figures. Budget and a good budget must be implementable. It's not just passing a budget that cannot be implemented. With a deficit of 786 billion, we need to ask ourselves how we are going to raise these funds and ensure that this budget is implemented. On the county allocation of about 4 or 5 billion, Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that, as the leader of majority has said, that accountability is key into this. So, Speaker, I come from a county in Kakamega, where, Mr. Speaker, had lived the last 3 years. I haven't seen any project that has been done by the county government, even a one-door toilet that has been completed in my county. We must also call our governors to order and tell them to stop stealing, to stop taking Kenyans for a ride, and to stop the interest they have and the appetite of looting the government resources. Honorable Speaker, as I also support, I want to call upon Treasury to ensure that it provides resources and funds for the payment of the pending bills. It's very discouraging that many of our suppliers and contractors are languishing in the streets because of non-payment of pending bills. And you see, Mr. Speaker, if these bills are not paid, they hinder the growth of the economy of this country. I want to urge all members to support this, and we must ensure that we have a very robust implementation matrix to ensure that this budget is implemented to the latter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to support these estimates for the 2025-2026 budget estimates. I'm a member of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. I'm the Vice Chair. And I want to thank my chair and my colleagues from the Budget and Appropriation for the time and effort which they put into analyzing this budget and listening to the various chairs of the committees. And I can see some of the chairs here, the Honorable Murugaro, the Honorable Powen, the Honorable Tongoyo, the Honorable KJ of ICT, and Honorable Speaker, I think this, and Honorable Nyikal, my chair for the Health Committee. Honorable Speaker, this has been a very involving budget where committees, departmental chairs have engaged their committees, appeared before the Budget and Appropriation after listening to the ministries and sagas. And I think, having gone through this budget, Honorable Speaker, this budget, what would ask the Treasury, who appeared before the Budget and Appropriation Committee, is that they make sure they release money in time, because that has been the biggest problem. They must release money in time so that these projects can be implemented. This budget is very informative. It is very, it's affecting all the parts of this country. I would say it applies equity in it. Many of the farmers who are involved in coffee, as my chair put it, there is 2 billion for the coffee cherry fund. And maybe some of the farmers might not understand this, and they end up going to the banks to borrow money, which has very high interest rates. And that makes the farming activity a little bit very expensive. They should apply for this cherry fund, which has low interest rates. In addition to that, we've given fertilizer subsidy of 8 billion. But not just that. There is also subsidy to the Kenya seed for the provision of seed maize and other seeds. There is also money for mopping up of the legumes within the region. And this through KNDC, and maybe KNDC can also involve the cereals, so that you have mopping of the legumes. You also have 2 billion for the sugar sector to ensure that the reforms take place. And as you heard His Excellency the President when he was in Homa Bay, he said we've not sold out these sugar companies. What we've done is we've leased it out. And this leasing out is to make sure that these sugar companies become productive. They turn around the sugar sector. Because for many years, our farmers, especially in the Nyanza, in Western and the coastal region, who have engaged in sugar farming, they've not been doing well due to a lot of mismanagement, corruption, and that has ended up discouraging farmers. But we hope that now, with this 2 billion and also the reforms within the sugar sector, that things will move in the right direction. Honorable Speaker has put it very clearly. We are working in a limited financial constraints. And therefore, in the revenue-raising measures, many people have said we should not borrow more. We should not continue incurring more debts. And therefore, I want to urge our county governments, especially through the Senate, that the 4 or 5.1 billion that is being given to the counties, plus the additional 69 billion, which is the conditional additional allocation to the counties, if that money is utilized well, we should be able to see development. In the recent conditional additional allocation to the counties that was done, my county of Trans Nzoia got 96 million for doing the roads. And I hope that the county government will utilize that money in a proper way to make sure that towns like Endebess and Kitale town and Kiminini town properly done roads within that area. Honorable Speaker, as put it by many of my colleagues, when you move into the counties or constituencies, it is easier for you to see a project that has been done by CDF. But it is very difficult to see a project that has been done by the counties. In this budget, the CDF money has been enhanced to 58 billion, and we hope that the money for CDF for this financial year will be released before the end of the financial year so that members can be able to do their projects. We also hope that money for the next financial year will be released in timely so that the counties, the constituencies, can be able to also do their projects. Honorable Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of this country. With the 8 billion subsidy for fertilizer and the 2 billion for Kenya Seed to subsidize on seed maize, we hope that our production of food will be able to increase. And this ensures that Kenya is able to feed its own citizens. It's food secure. And that is what we've achieved since this government came in place. We've had good rainfalls, we've had good production, and I think now we don't see anybody carrying sufuria in the head to say bei ya ugali iende chini. And I think that is good. My friend Honorable Oundo is happy that the price of ugali has gone down. And recently, I think the government also subsidized on unga, and now people are happy. So we shall keep it that way, that we, the farmers, will continue producing more of the maize, more of the wheat, more of the coffee, more of the tea, so that we can have enough for our own food and even have enough to export. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, we provided 2 billion for the recruitment of KDF. We've also provided money for the recruitment of our 10,000 police officers. And this will go a long way in enhancing security within our country. KDF has not been able to recruit for the last 2 or 3 years. And therefore, we need to beef up our security. We're facing new threats within in security areas. Many of our neighbors are unstable, and therefore we must be able to equip our armed forces to make sure that our country is well protected. And in operations, we've been able to provide 6 billion. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a very progressive budget. It will take us to the next level, and therefore, with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support.
The Honorable Beatrice Alachi, followed by the Honorable Lesuda, and then Makali, in that order. Then we come back to the next round.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to first thank the committee and to thank the Chair and the CS of Treasury. Indeed, for bringing in a budget that we can interrogate, but also appreciate on how they have tried to bring an inclusive budget that takes care of the whole country. And Mr. Speaker, mine will be very brief. That number one, I want to appreciate the docket that I always say that carries Kenya, the education docket. And first, to appreciate that as much as you've given them 168.2 billion for transformative education initiatives, the most important thing we are looking at is first, you've returned the money for examinations, and so at least Kenyans will appreciate that the 5.9 billion has come back for examination. You remember it had brought in a lot of heated debate, but we thank for that. We also appreciating that as much as we're giving money, the 17.2 billion to support university funding model, and to ensure that we also have help that will enable students from all backgrounds to be able also to get money to pursue their tertiary education. But more importantly, one thing the Ministry of Education should do to this country is to give every child, Mr. Speaker, a NEMIS number. The day we will have a NEMIS number for our children is the day we will have the correct capitation and the correct budget for the Ministry of Education. We shall be able to know how much do we really spend. Because even in my own constituencies, I am still pushing, Mr. Speaker, just to get resources for our children, because those who don't have birth certificates will never get these resources, will never get capitation. That is why they are saying in a school is getting 400 shillings. The problem is not our house here. The problem is the ministry that has not brought NEMIS numbers for our children. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I would wish to now appreciate is that now we shall move on with the Nyota program. And this program, you remember, we were unable to implement because we didn't have money that we were supposed to support. And you remember, the World Bank wanted us to have a program that you equalize. You have the ministry, the government supporting in and World Bank supporting in. And now there are 100 youths that will be in our constituencies are able to start. Those who believe in small businesses will be able to tap and at least do small businesses. With 50,000, you can start something, Mr. Speaker. The other thing is the UHC program. We appreciate. I know many of them were very worried. They were sending messages, please ensure. And now we have them in the budget. Their monies are there to ensure they are permanent and pensionable. Funding of Linda Mama, which is very critical in the health docket, is also there, Mr. Speaker. And we want to thank the committee of even going beyond that and looking at gender-based violence. And now saying that the government must fund and ensure even the technical teams that are working on gender-based violence are funded. And that is one thing we want to really appreciate, even as we move on. Mr. Speaker, the other thing now that is very worrying, and this is what I want to plead with the governors, even as we look at the issue of mediation, that why can't we agree as both houses that the little monies we can get, we pay pending bills? Because these Kenyans who supplied either at the county level, at the national level, they supplied, you have used their products. Mr. Speaker, they have gone down, they have been auctioned by banks. The best thing we can do in this budget is to try and ensure, instead of talking about 480, 460, going to the county, that we have ensured we take off some money to pay our fellow Kenyans who have supplied and every day, in, out, they work in offices because of their pending bills. I think that is the most sad part of the whole process. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we look at everything that we have done, if we don't come up with a solution of these pending bills, Mr. Speaker, it will be very sad to every Kenyan who tries to work for government, who knows very well that there was need to supply this item. They did supply, and now can't be paid. And then now we reach at a point, we start saying, Mr. Speaker, oh, we must put a committee to look whether this was true, this was right. Why are we looking at that? It means we are all with a problem, Mr. Speaker. That is why we come up with such a ways of now measuring and saying, this is how I have to pay. Somebody who supplied you, somebody you know very well, did his work. So, Mr. Speaker, even as I finalize, I just want to go and now look at the Department of Defense. And Mr. Speaker, in the Department of Defense, this is what the committee observed. That during the periods of 1992, 1997, 1998, 2000, the Ministry of Defense did not conduct any recruitment, resulting in significant deficiencies in the posture of the Kenya Defence Forces. And so they are saying to remedy this situation, it is important, and they are requesting for 2 billion shillings to support recruitment efforts this fiscal year, which I support. And the reasons are, it is true. And we have gone slowly by slowly. One of the things we are not doing fair to our disciplinary forces is that even the things they used to benefit, we used to exempt them because of the work they go through, Mr. Speaker. We used to ensure they are able, we provide for them, because this was a service you have gone out there to protect your country, Mr. Speaker. And even today, for those who their loved ones have fallen, you will find now their wives and children suffering because we have never put in a way of protecting. And so it is important for us, even those veterans, they have done their duties for us. I think it is important for government to look at and ensure it is, yes, not misused, because I know maybe it was removed. Most of these privileges are being removed because we ourselves again go and end up misusing. But for those who are in the camps, for those who we know are there, they are in Somalia, they are where, they need us to come up with a favorable way of ensuring they are also protected. Today I even see even our own police, Mr. Speaker. You find even the uniform is gone, the shoe is gone, honestly, and you are expecting him or her to stand and do duty for you. I think it's very unfortunate. They are the first we need to protect because we took them to that duty and they have come out, they are doing it. So for us even to look at all this, Mr. Speaker, it is time we also need to look at just the dignity. Even as we look for their housing, and I want to appreciate Central Bank and all those who are doing institutional affordable housing for those who are working for them. We must remember they have to be, they are the brand of the country, the image of our country. They have to have a uniform that dignifies them. Mr. Speaker, the institutions that deal with corruption, they were there to help us. And so EACC was not just there to take you to court. It was there to help you, Mr. Speaker, that after they have found that you have mismanaged, they will come into the institution and assist this institution so that next time there's no mismanagement of resources. The Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, it is there to audit, yes, but it's also there to help that institution so that in the next audit, you are not supposed to find the same mistake that was audited, the same mistake. Then what was the purpose of the auditing? It was to clean. We brought in these institutions to help us so that in our mismanagements, we are able to manage. So I'm pleading to those institutions also. It's not just about bringing in a bad report. It is about saying we audited County X, Constituency X, Sector X last year, but this year we have a recognition to say that this institution has improved in the way they are doing their things. That way then, there is a purpose of us spending all these public resources, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, with those remarks, I beg to support.
Honorable Lesuda. Oh, you take precedent of her. Is that it? Okay. Okay.
We sum it up. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I discussed with my sister, Honorable Resuta, and she has agreed that I take the slot.
Honorable,
so, Honorable Speaker,
to say.
Mr. Speaker, I did not mean to interrupt the Honorable Makale Molu, but just to request your indulgence because budget is a very important, it's a very important affair. If it is within the to request that if members can take only 5 minutes to contribute, so that today and tomorrow most of the members may go.
Indeed.
Yes. 5.
The rules, order, Honorable Watch. The chair has had. If it's in your wisdom, to take as little time as possible so that you can have many people will partake in this. Order, Honorable Suda. You have your time, and the time is spelled out. So if you want to take it, the chair has no authority or power to limit you. This should have been done at the beginning of the debate. But now that now that your own colleagues are telling you take less time so that you can all. Okay, let's observe that, gentlewoman, gentleman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mutuse, you know, being a first timer, we understand these things are done at the start of the motion. But I just want to say that I'll try to be brief so that we save time. So this will depend on individual members. But I'll be brief, Honorable Speaker, and this is what I want to say, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think I really want to appreciate the departmental committees for their presentations and the budget committee for doing this good work. It wasn't easy to do this budget because of the very restrictive fiscal space. And on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, we're ready to see what really can be prioritized in this budget. And Honorable Speaker, as I debate this budget, I just want to focus on what must be done for this budget to make sense to Kenyans. And unless this is done, Honorable Speaker, then this budget is likely to have minimal impact to the lives of Kenyans. The first thing that must be done, Honorable Speaker, is that exchequer releases must be done in time. So long as we have a budget which is not supported by exchequer releases, Honorable Speaker, it will be a waste of time. Over time, we have been implementing budget very low percentages because of challenging environment in terms of exchequer release. The second thing which must be done, Honorable Speaker, and this must be done for this budget to make sense, it is, Honorable Speaker, that this House, where I sit, and we all sit, we must ensure that recommendations from the Office of the Auditor General are implemented, Honorable Speaker. Through the Public Accounts Committee, we have so many recommendations which have been adopted by this House, but they are never implemented, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, accounting officers are taking this House for a ride, because so long as you don't enforce those recommendations, they continue doing the fun things they do every day. Third thing, Honorable Speaker, that must be implemented or enforced is the issue of public debt, Honorable Speaker. During these discussions of the budget this year, Honorable Speaker, it was reported that this country has paid for the last 3 years 6.7 billion in terms of commitment fee, Honorable Speaker. Commitment fee is fees which is paid by the country for undrawn loans. We have signed for loans, we are not drawing the loans. So we have spent 6.7 billion, Honorable Speaker. You can imagine what 6.7 billion can do, Honorable Speaker. For the exams, which were not factored in, we only provided 5.9 billion, and now that matter is settled. We still have change if you are to consider the 6.7 billion. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, that must be done if this budget has to make sense to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, this budget committee has provided 4 billion for land compensation. But Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you, Kenyans out there have donated their land for public goods and services. And so many of them have not been compensated. Honorable Speaker, if these Kenyans have to see this budget making sense to them, we must ensure that as we move to the future, we provide enough resources so that we compensate people for their land. Third thing which must be done, Honorable Speaker, and I want to agree totally with what Honorable Eracha said, is the issue of corruption in this country. Honorable Speaker, as we are discussing this budget, the committee, I think on the committee takes care on small-scale enterprises, reported that the accounting officer in charge of the ASRA fund reported they could not recover 5 billion, the money which has been dispersed. And Honorable Speaker, we are saying, how do you dare add resources to a department or MDA where resources have not been accounted for? So if this budget has to make sense, Honorable Speaker, we must make sure that issue of misappropriation must be stopped, Honorable Speaker. The other thing which must be done, Honorable Speaker, if this budget has to make sense, is the issue of equalization fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, equalization fund since the Constitution of 2010 has been budgeted for year in, year out. But these resources are never released to the implementing departments in the rural setting. So the whole essence of equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, is dying because we are not releasing the funds as expected. Third thing, Honorable Speaker, which must be done for this budget to make sense is the issue of public participation. Honorable Speaker, these honorable members of this committee have gone out to Kenyans in the counties and have gotten projects from the counties saying, County A, B, C, this is what we would want to see being done this financial year. In the immediate last financial year, Honorable Speaker, the year actually we are implementing now, Honorable Speaker, the money for public participation was removed in a supplementary budget. Honorable Speaker, this budget cannot make sense if we continue entertaining situations where public participation money is removed from the budget, either through supplementary budget. So we are saying public participation money, because it is money being proposed by Kenyans out there, must be respected, and Treasury has no authority to touch that money, Honorable Speaker. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, for this budget to make sense, what that must be done, is the issue of the pending bills. Honorable Speaker, I think Elijah said it. Unless we clear the pending debts, pending bills, Honorable Speaker, we'll continue lamenting as a country. And Honorable Speaker, these pending bills are held by Kenyans. Kenyans who have provided goods, Kenyans who have provided services to this country or to the government. It is time, Honorable Speaker, we cleared these pending bills. And then, Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of the verification committees, which to me I think is a deliberate move to delay clearing of pending bills. These verification committees, Honorable Speaker, must move with speed to make sure that then we clear these pending bills. The last item, before I sit down, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of prioritization, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I still think from where I sit that when you look at the projects and programs which have gone to this government, these projects, this budget, Honorable Speaker, I think there is still room for improvement. Some of the programs and projects we are getting to this budget, Honorable Speaker, we might do better if we were to take slightly more time, so that in terms of prioritization, we get it right, Honorable Speaker, because I think for me, we are not getting it 100%. There is still a room of about 30%. And if we improve that 30%, Honorable Speaker, we can easily, Honorable Speaker, do with minimum borrowing. I remember the majority leader did say that we are borrowing about 878 billion, which is 4.5% of the GDP. Honorable Speaker, if we go right in prioritization, we could easily, Honorable Speaker, reduce this deficit to about 3%, and the less we borrow, Honorable Speaker, the better for this country, because borrowing has squeezed our fiscal space to a level that we have no space to do any development. Last item, Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General has reported that a third of the budget, which is about $1 trillion, Honorable Speaker, cannot be accounted for. We are borrowing 900 billion. $1 trillion cannot be accounted for. Speaker, you just need to do that mathematics. If you make the wastage zero, you'll be remaining with about 100 billion without borrowing. I submit, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the time you've given me. Thank you so much. I support.
Madam Lesuda, and then followed by Honorable Muchira, and then Bowen, and then Tongoi. Yeah, watch, I'll be certainly. Okay, proceed, Lesuda. If you take minimal time, then everybody will have a chance.
Thank you, Speaker. I will do my best to take the shortest time possible and not repeat what my colleagues have said. Thank you for this opportunity. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate, because I sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Chairman Honorable Atandi, who was the chair during this session, and also to congratulate the former chairperson of Budget and Appropriation Committee, Honorable Ndindi. He also chaired during a very difficult time when we had that, as a country, we inherited empty coffers, and also we had the issue of the collapsed finance bill. We had him as the chair, and I want to congratulate him and to thank him for the time that he was chairman, and Honorable Atandi for his good stewardship during this budget process. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on a number of issues, and one of them is that in this budget, there are a number of fears that Kenyans had. And one of them was the issue of examinations. Actually, in one of the places that we were at, when I was walking out, I had one Kenyan asking me, are you going to support examination to be supported during this budget, or do I move my child? But Mr. Speaker, we assured that Kenyan that there will be money to support examinations during this year, Mr. Speaker. And this I would like to speak to the policy makers, that when you change policies, you have to do it thoughtfully, and it doesn't have to take this house to come and reinstate. It can't be when Kenyans are making noise about the examination money is when you're saying, oh, the private schools, oh, I don't know what. Just do the policy, do the public participation way ahead of the budget, or by the time we are moving the budget, Mr. Speaker. So it is very important that, because those are the things that cause anxiety, those are the things that are causing anxiety even for the current government, because of the policy change. Policies also follow resources. And so it can't be that one person wakes up this morning and says, remove examination fee, and then Kenyans make noise, return examination fee, and then some of it, private schools, some people can afford it. It is important that we look at the policies that we make, and so that they do not bring anxiety amongst Kenyans. I would also want to say this, Mr. Speaker, that it is important for Kenyans to note that we have moved to 4.2 trillion this budget, and it is important also to note that there are key sectors that have been factored. And one of the factors, and even as members of parliament, we always get a message when the money for older persons, 25.7 billion has been factored this financial year, and we always get a message when that money has been released. There's also money for persons living with disability, 1.5 billion, and overseas, 9.1 billion. And so it is important to note that we are taking care of the most vulnerable in our society and in our communities. We have been seeing also the UHC workers, and especially those who worked very hard, especially when we had COVID in our country. The 6.1 billion towards making permanent and pensionable has been factored, and I do hope that by the end of this year, they will all be onboarded. Mr. Speaker, also we have money for livestock insurance, 2.3 billion. And we also have Kenya Livestock Commercialization Program, 1.57 billion. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue of equalization fund, which has been spoken to by my colleague, Honorable Makali. We have to have an honest conversation, and even as this house, which passes the same policies, and I know that the third policy is coming up, Mr. Speaker, we have to agree that this issue of delocalizing more equalization fund to ward level is not working. There was a reason why in the Constitution we had the counties that were listed in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And I know that in a few years, many of us will be asking why equalization fund is not working. It is not working because we moved from I think it's 13 counties, and we went further towards, Mr. Speaker, and so a ward gets about 7 million. Equalization fund was to move us from where we were to where the rest of the country was. So now if we continue with the policy that we have, and I know that there's another policy coming up, we have to give the money to the counties where the Constitution spoke about, so that equalization fund can actually make sense, Mr. Speaker, so that those counties can also move from where we are to where we are. Because equalization fund, every time we ask for any additional funds in the budget, as counties who are beneficiaries of the equalization fund, we are told, but you have equalization fund. But it is this same house who raided the counties who are to be beneficiaries of equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. And so it is important that we discuss and that. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that in this budget we have issue of last mile. Some of our counties, where I come from, we are very, some money will be taken in and it will cater for long lines of electricity, Mr. Speaker. We all know and understand that electricity is a game changer, just as water. Mr. Speaker, a budget in some counties, there are counties in this house, Mr. Speaker, or constituencies, who actually don't need any transformers anymore. They have electricity up to nowhere. But there are counties, Mr. Speaker, in this house or constituencies who actually need electricity. Actually, there are counties like my county, we are less than 20%, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure Marakwet is the same. I'm sure Marsabit is the same. And so the money being given to REREC, they should look at the counties and the constituencies where they have the minimal allocation or the coverage of electricity, Mr. Speaker. As I get to the end, there is also the issue of water, which is a key issue, and it's important that we ensure that also those areas where we have issues of water are taken care of. And in this budget, Mr. Speaker, we actually looked at it, and I want to also thank the departmental committees for the work that they actually did. There's also the issue of community health promoters. There is 3.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, the issue of pending bill and corruption. We cannot continue to politicize those two issues. We either have to do it or not do it as a country. Pending bill, we also have to think why we commit what we don't have as a country, because that's why it becomes a pending bill. If a ministry or a department does not have the money, why are you engaging a contractor without the money, without the exchequer? So, we can romanticize and make it look good because we are defending contractors whose pending bill has not been paid. And they should learn from NGCDF, because NGCDF is what has received the highest bashing. But I want to say NGCDF is one of the best examples that people have to look at. You can never commit what you don't have. If it is not in your code list, if it is not in your AIE, if you pay before, it will not be paid, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to rethink as a country that it cannot just be until you have the money, you cannot engage. But also the issue of exchequer, it cannot also be left to Treasury to decide who gets the money and not. Finally, because I've seen the light on issue of corruption. The day we stop politicizing corruption as a country is when it will work. So that it doesn't matter that today you've shifted camps in government. It is almost becoming ridiculous because Kenyans can read through the politics of corruption. If we are going for any member who is engaged in corruption, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, Mr. Speaker, just give me 1 minute to conclude this issue of corruption, and then just 1 minute. We have to be serious, also even as a country and this house. We cannot continue to talk about corruption, but it is very, very obvious that the last time you are in UDA, you are being arrested. Now you are not being arrested because as a governor or as an MP. Now you've gone to Amonyoro, you're being arrested. If you're engaged in corruption, you are engaged in corruption. It doesn't matter which side you are on. So we either become serious as a nation and as a country, or we stop talking about the issue of corruption. Or you just have to be on the right side of government. I was with one governor who told me, I am on a certain side, but I have to be good so that I am not gone for, we have to be real as a country. Otherwise, we stop discussing these issues of corruption every time, corruption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Moshira. Yes.
The MP for Oljoro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I start to support the motion as it was moved by the chairman for Budget and Appropriation Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank the chairman and the members of the Budget Committee where I serve, because through constant engagement with the Treasury, these budgets, in these estimates, we have reduced the fiscal deficit from 5.1 in the last financial year to 4.5 in the coming fiscal year 25-26. And Mr. Speaker, this has been achieved by ensuring that we have realistic revenue projection, because, Mr. Speaker, previously we've been over-projecting our revenue. But in the tabled budget estimates, we've ensured that we have the projected revenue is as realistic as possible. Mr. Speaker, we've also achieved this through the rationalization of the expenditure by ensuring that we have included only the essential expenditure estimates. But speaking of the fiscal deficit, Mr. Speaker, we've also realized that we've been focusing so much on the revenue side through taxation measures and such. And in this report, Mr. Speaker, we have recommended that we also focus on the expenditure side by ensuring that we eliminate wasteful expenditure in the government. And one of the sectors that we picked is the rental expenditure. The government department and SAGA, we realized that we pay billions of money every year in terms of rent. And some of the leases, actually, Mr. Speaker, are entered in dollar denomination, such that when we had volatility in our sharing, we were paying huge amount of money in terms of rent. And one of the recommendations that we've made is that we should ensure that we reform our rent policy and ensure that we are optimally using our revenue space that we have. And number two, by ensuring that we do cost-benefit analysis such that we check the amount of rent that we are paying, and we compare with how much we would incur if we were to buy a building to act as an office space for our officers. And number two, Mr. Speaker, we also took notice of our appropriation in aids, and we found that the projected appropriation in aid come in the next fiscal year is 560 billion. And Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we recommended that we need to reassess the overall framework governing our A&A. And in these estimates, we have allocated some money to answer full operationalization of the Treasury Single account to ensure that our collection of appropriation in aid is transparent, accountable, and efficiency. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, as I go to education sector, as many other speakers have said, we've provided money to recruit 20,000 interns in the coming fiscal year. We've also provided resources for promotion of teachers. But as we do this, Mr. Speaker, we also recommended that the promotion of teachers needs to be transparent and fair. Back in our constituencies, we have many teachers complaining that they attend interviews, but they are never promoted. The policy needs, the TSC needs to change their policy such that the promotion is fair and transparent. We've also allocated funds for medical scheme for the teachers. And again, this is another area that TSC needs to look at. We have so many complaints out there from our teachers that, for instance, in the medical scheme that they have, that if, for instance, you have 2 beneficiaries who are sick, you are told to choose one that will be treated. And this is unfair, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as many other speakers have said, we've provided money for exams, KCSE, CAPSEA, and grade 9 exams. So our students need to rest easy and work hard because their exams will be catered for. Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I need to mention, and this issue I also raised in the last financial year, the issue of Senate Oversight Fund. And it's important for members to know, in this budget, there is 500 million for the Senate Oversight Fund. This is not money for development. It's important for the public to know some senators take home as high as 29 million, not for development, for the oversight. How they get extra money for oversight, yet they are paid, they have salaries to oversight. How they get extra money to oversight, not for development, 29 million. Mr. Speaker, there are women reps who get 6 million a year, and we are able to see what they are doing with 6 million. This is 29 million, one senator, 25 million, another senator, money for fuel, I don't know money for what, to do the oversight. It is time, Mr. Speaker, this House, and there is no legal framework for this money. There is no legal framework for the Senate Oversight Fund. So it is time this House, the National Assembly, which has the sole mandate of budgeting and appropriation of fund, take a hard stance and make the right decision in terms of appropriation of this money. 500 million, Mr. Speaker, is the money that if it's taken to NGCDF, every constituency would get enough money to do classrooms. We still have issues with the classrooms in our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, as I support the estimate. Thank you.
Honorable Kanguku Bowen. Yeah, there are members the previous speaker had designated to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the budget estimate 2025-2026. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to start by congratulating my good friend, the member for Aleko Usonga, and the chair of budget, Mheshimiwa Atandi, for a very good report. Mr. Speaker, we as chairs of committees, we had an engagement with the Budget and Appropriation Committee led by the Honorable Atandi. And Mr. Speaker, it was a very, very interactive session where all of us, we had to present what the ministries, the departments presented before us. And what I have seen from the chair is what actually we presented. Initially, Mr. Speaker, we have had
in maybe one or two occasions, we have had issues with the budget committee in the past, where sometimes the departmental committee chairs, when they submit their reports, it is mutilated, and the document you see in the floor and what we presented was different. But this time round, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that what we presented is actually what's in the floor of the House, and I want to congratulate the Honorable Chair. Number two, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee and the Treasury for the good job they have done. It's a balanced budget. It's a very balanced budget in terms of regional projects, in terms of cutting across the departments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have seen the allocation given to the executive, given to the judiciary, and given to this House or the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I would want to ask the Honorable Chair and the Budget Committee next time, we need to see on how we can increase the budget of judiciary to complete some projects which they had started. There are so many high courts and low courts which have stalled in many stages, in many counties, in many constituencies. Mr. Speaker, some of us where we come from, we have to travel almost 200 kilometers to just access, that is the nearest magistrate court. So there is need to take these judicial services closer to the people. And I will support, Mr. Speaker, if there will be an increment in the budget for judiciary. Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs is obviously taking note of that, including the stalled construction of the High Court in Homa Bay.
Yes. Not only that one in Homa Bay, Mr. Speaker, if you are given an account of the stalled projects or the high courts and magistrates across the country, there are many. And there is need, Mr. Speaker, that's why we are saying, going forward, as we appropriate monies, Mr. Speaker, let us start first checking on the pending bills. The second charge, Mr. Speaker, must be ongoing projects. Before we start a new projects, Mr. Speaker, there is need to complete the already ongoing projects. There are so many ongoing projects in roads, in water, in electricity, which are ongoing, but they have stalled. Mr. Speaker, having said that, the allocation, Mr. Speaker, given to agriculture is very encouraging. You saw last year, Mr. Speaker, especially some of us coming from the North Rift region, which are dealing with maize. When farmers were given a subsidized fertilizers, Mr. Speaker, there's been, I think, triple production of maize across the country. What we only need to ask, Mr. Speaker, is that these farmers actually, they have been encouraged to produce. But sometimes, again, the market or the price given is very low. There is need, Mr. Speaker, to, allocate more resources to National Cereals and Produce Board so that they can purchase at least more than 5,000 per 90 kilogram of maize. Mr. Speaker, I have also seen in the budget the allocation given to the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, some 3 months ago, Kenyans were complaining. There were a lot of complaints about the SHA, but now the complaints has gone down. And with the additional allocation given to the SHA, the primary health care, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure our people will benefit if they are able to register themselves in large numbers and register themselves using the county system. Mr. Speaker, they will benefit from this healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, on the water sector, which I chair, Mr. Speaker, the budget allocated to water, Mr. Speaker, is very low. Given that water provision is a constitutional issue, under Article 43
Honorable Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal I had made before this House that there is need to have an allocation per constituency, if possible, Mr. Speaker, even to start with 50 million per constituency. So that, Mr. Speaker, we have a balance and we have our people have access even to the smallest water service, if it's a borehole or even a water pan, Mr. Speaker. As it is, Mr. Speaker, you will find sometimes that the donor-funded projects running into billions of shillings is at one corner of the country. The GOK, maybe again, you will find that there is a big dam of about 50 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion. It's been under construction for the last 20 years. Mr. Speaker, the people have not access, they don't have an access to water. These dams, they have been constructing for over 20, 30 years. But if you can have that 30, 20, 40 billion, which is allocated to dams, Mr. Speaker, allocate every constituency, for instance, 100 million only. 100 million, Mr. Speaker, adds up to almost 28 billion. Only 28 billion, every constituency will get 100 million. And we have 100 million in every constituency, Mr. Speaker. That will be a big impact in terms of water provision. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, we need to run away from these big dams. Let's complete those which are already stalled and now put money to projects which people can access water. Within a month or 2 months, those projects must be completed and people have access to water. Mr. Speaker, on the last mile connectivity, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Naisula Lesuda spoke about this. Many constituencies in Nairobi here, they are oversupplied. Sometimes even they don't need some of this money for electricity, last mile connectivity. But Mr. Speaker, if you come to where we are coming from, you go to the northern Kenya, Kerio Valley, where I come from. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, I have less than 10% connectivity. Less than 10% connectivity. In some other areas, they have 100% connectivity. Mr. Speaker, when we are allocating the monies for last mile connectivity, there is need for the ministry, Mr. Speaker, to prioritize the lowest areas, Mr. Speaker. And this one, Mr. Speaker, I think as a house, we need to take it very seriously so that we can have every Kenyan benefit from this issue of electricity. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the bending bills. Mr. Speaker, the bending bills is very important. There are so many contractors in this country. There are so many people who have worked. Some of them, they have been auctioned. Some of them, they have sold their properties to service government tenders and projects. But they have not been paid. They have been sold. Mr. Speaker, and paying the bending bills, it will trickle down, to the driver of that contract, to the mama who is doing cooking the githeri around that area. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, high support.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice into what my colleagues had already said. Honorable Speaker, from the very start, I want to take this opportunity to really commend the Budget Committee, led by their very able chair, Honorable Samuel Atandi, for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, it should not be lost to us that Atandi, this is his first assignment as a chair budget, and he has really managed to do it with precision and expertise. That actually we can just say it is well done. Congratulations. And of course, I don't also forget the entire Budget Committee for supporting the able chair. On the same, Honorable Speaker, the entire departmental committee that have also put a lot of efforts and added value into this. They took a lot of their time, burned the midnight oil, listening and interrogating the state departments to bring this document to what it is today. It wasn't easy, Honorable Speaker, but I really want to commend my colleagues. It was really a sign of commitment and dedication. Honorable Speaker, I won't take much time, and I want just to highlight a few critical areas that has been factored in this budget. And I want to start by talking about agriculture, Honorable Speaker. We all know the critical importance that agriculture is at the backbone of our economy. And since the inception of the Kenya Kwanza government, the agriculture sector has continuously taken forefront in budget allocation. And it should not be lost on us, Honorable Speaker, that when William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza took over the government, they had a very robust policy of investing not in consumption, but really in putting a lot of focus in production. And that is where the issue of the fertilizer subsidy really took center stage. And we can attest to that it has really given us good results. The food production in the country has continued to be very in the steady increase. The food prices has really gone down, and even the inflation rate in the country, which is very commendable, Honorable Speaker. It is also notable, Honorable Speaker, that the subsidy has continuously been actually considered heavily in budget allocation, which is something very, Honorable Speaker, commendable. We also appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that even actually in the provision of the sugar reform, including the operationalization of the Sugar Act 2024, which through this budget, it has got an allocation of about 370 million. And it's also good to note that even some money has been allocated for the provision of the cotton revitalization. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, the 2.3 billion that has been allocated for de-risking, which goes a long way to cushion and help the pastoralist community mitigating the drought that we actually getting the impact year in, year out. And of course, as a member also coming from the pastoralist community, this is going to be a game changer. It is something that has never been there before. And I know even the issue to do with the milk, it's going to help these communities. Honorable Speaker, also to mention, of course, the issue of water. I don't want to belabor more. The chair water has mentioned about it, where there's some money allocated, but I still believe that we need to do it more. We know, of course, that being an agricultural economy, water is so crucial in realization of this. And I think the issue of there's more that we need to give more emphasis on the issue of water. On the issue of road, Honorable Speaker, we need to appreciate where we were as a country from the start. There was a lot of debts on the sector of road. And of course, the policy of sectorization of our roads is really going, it's done much to at least open up majority of the country that previously has been neglected, so that they can able to realize development in their areas as well. Honorable Speaker, on the issues of education, is notable to see that as a country, as a government, we are continuously allocating a big chunk of our budget in the education sector, because we all appreciate the importance of an educated young youth society in our country toward modernization and toward industrialization, Honorable Speaker. And I think it's really commendable. Quickly, Honorable Speaker, I want to go to a critical area where in the State Department that I oversight as a chair. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, in the ministry, in the State Department of National Police Service and the National Police Service Commission, there is about 2.8 billion that has been allocated in this financial year to take into account the recruitment of our national police officers, which we are considering about 10,000 recruit, both the cadets and the constables. You know, Honorable Speaker, because you sit in that committee, that the Commission envisioned to recruit 10,000 because we have to appreciate as a country that for the last 3 years, we have not done any recruitment, and we are going toward elections, and we're already even having a natural attrition of about 4,500. The money is not enough, and discussions are still underway to see to it how to close the gap. But it's not to appreciate that it is a positive step, Honorable Speaker, and our Kenya is eager. We had also promised them that we are going to do above board, a more transparent, devoid of any corruption recruitment when the time comes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is a way to continuously equipping our security officers who are really doing their best to keep this country safe. The modernization program that has been envisioned has been allocated about 3.4 billion to continue equipping our security agents, and especially in the police service, with equipment and tools of service so that they can be able to perform their duty and their mandate more effectively to protect the country that they so love and patriotic. And you know it well, Honorable Chair, Speaker, that it's a long-term program that is expected or estimated approximately to take about 30 billion. We have done slightly above 10 billion, and probably moving forward, it is going to continuously getting some budgets. Honorable Speaker, in the still immigration sector, it is worth appreciating that immigration sector, the passport, the national IDs, the ETA, the issue of the visa, has been allocated a fairly good budget, so that as a country we continue doing at least to handle the crisis that there was before. We remember a year ago, so the whole big problem, long queues in the Nyayo House because of Kenyans who come there, queue for a week, queue for even a month, waiting the passport documents. Others even miss to travel for medical care and other reasons, just because we could not process the passport and provide them in real time. And now, with this allocation and continuously giving more consideration, I want to really appreciate and say that Kenyans are getting passports in in good time, and that is the spirit. Of course, this House had recommended the A in A, so that the ministry will be able to be prosecuting the mandate with less problems, not necessarily relying on the exchequer releases. And it has really been a game changer in this sector. We all know that the issue of ID, the President, His Excellency the President, has done away with the vetting. And our brothers in the northeastern part, the pastoralist community, who has been the victims of the issue of unnecessary vetting, I'd really appreciated this, and it has gone a long way to help them, because all along they have been treated as less citizens, second-class citizens. And with the support, budgetary support of this program, I'm sure we are going to really reap big. And Kenyans in those areas that have been previously affected are going to appreciate this. Honorable Speaker, also I want to talk about the issue.
Yes, the point is making the operationalization of the new legal settled administration units is critical. You need 2 or 3 minutes. Add him 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your consideration. Colleagues, what I was talking about, all over this country, we have got a lot of gazetted units running from sub-counties, divisions, and locations, which it has been a constant statement sought in this House. And in this budget, we had managed to allocate 600 million to take care at least of the most crucial. But as I said it before, Honorable Speaker, we needed about 2.4 billion to have the entire, all gazetted unit operationalized. So I still implore this House, through even the budget chair, that maybe moving forward in supplementary 3 possible or supplementary 1, more likely we continue to look more resources to put into this program so that we can able to have Kenya enjoy the success of having government officers next to them. Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support
what
this.
What did you say about the elders, the village elders you've been talking about? Is there a provision for them?
The village elders, Honorable Speaker, good for your indulgence, Honorable Speaker. We all know in this house that we have already a bill in this house. And it was sponsored by the late Malulu. I took over the bill where we wanted to legislate the village elders so that we have them recognized in law so that we can able to budget for. So it is a work in progress. I want to promise the country and this house that soon or later, we have already a policy from the ministry almost in place. It is undergoing validation. And the regulations are undergoing validation. We have got a bit of a budget for that. But now, until we have the bill, that is when we can able to have this fully realized. So that is what I have to say, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chairs Murugara, I see the Honorable
So
Chair.
thank you so much. I support.
Yes, I see the Honorable Chair for Health, and of course the members, the leadership. I can see all of you. I wanted to make an exception to allow Honorable Dido Raso to say, have his contribution for the reasons you know, that people of his faith are currently fasting and he wants to leave. He's fasting. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. And I really wish to beg my colleagues to bear with me. Indeed, I am fasting, and I really wanted to contribute and go away. Honorable Speaker, let me on the onset thank and congratulate the committee headed by Honorable Atandi. And looking through this particular document of the budget 25-26, there are a few areas that I wish to touch on following comments by my chairman, Honorable Gabriel Tongoyo. First of all is the government printer, where they have given them additional allocation of 124 million. The government printer is at the heart of printing of all government documents, whether they are pamphlets, whether they are gazette notice, doctrinal and policy documents. The question I keep on asking myself, in the absence of an efficient, effective, and time-bound government printer, where are classified and important government documents being printed? And I think, Honorable Atandi, going forward, it is important that we put our resources where our mouth is, that places like government printers should be well funded so that the exchequer, actually, as opposed to funding government printer, it is the government printer that can plow resources back to the exchequer. On the State Department for Performance and Delivery Management, I think this is a key department in government that oversights, reports, monitors, and ensures that there are no wastage in government or government projects are delivered on time. I think for the first time I can see they are remembered in this budget. And going forward, if we really want to fight things like corruption and dead projects or white elephant projects, then we must really look at how we are going to use the State Department for Performance and Delivery. On the policing services, I can see there is 1.645 billion and 156 million that has been put in the DCI and in the administration police. If we really want an effective Directorate of Criminal Intelligence, to be able to prevent crime, but also to arrest those who are breaking the laws, including killing and doing all sorts of anti-society evil. Then the DCI must be well equipped. To that end, currently we have the DCI Forensic Lab that has actually overstayed in terms of it being useful and available to the Kenyan public. And to that end, I think the Committee of Budget will, in its wisdom, find the need to put resources into DCI. Secondly, is this issue of the AP, the frontline troops. The APs have the RDU, the Rapid Deployment Unit, the Border Policing Unit, the ROG, that is the Response Operating Group. All these are frontline troops that actually today are keeping Kenya safe while we are able to sit in these chambers and be able to discuss what is really important for Kenya. And putting money into some of these areas, in their mobility, in their firepower, in force protection, then we are able to say that those soldiers who are keeping us safe, they themselves, in the course of their duties, must be safe. Honorable Speaker, the chairman talked about the new administrative units. If Kenya must be governed, then the footprint of governance must be everywhere visible and it can be identified. For a very long time, we have just attended to few areas, and in some cases, it is the elite who actually decide with the executive where governance should go. And I must thank this administration. Today we have close to, I think, 400 plus new sub-counties and divisions, locations, and sub-locations. Already it has been identified by our committee that we need close to 2.5 billion to be able to operationalize those gazetted administrative units. But in this particular budget, a budget line of only 100 million has been provided. It is indeed a drop in the ocean. So for that reason, as members of this House, seamless administration is to our benefit as leaders, so that if there are incidences or if there are developments, then there are people who can carry out these activities on our behalf. So I don't know where the budget committee can find resources, but I believe in your deep pockets, please see if there's anything that you can do. Operationalization of the Livestock Board. Livestock contributes 9% to our GDP. And most of the ASAL, and most of also non-ASAL, depend on livestock for their day-to-day livelihood. And in this particular budget, the National Livestock Development and Promotion Services is lacking. And yet it is here we do development, promotion, and marketing of livestock. A few months ago, we must thank the President for having gazetted the people he nominated for the Livestock Board. And I think in this budget, nothing has been allocated. So I wish to implore the Budget Committee to really look at it, to say, what is useful for many out there? We must see where we can we plow in some resources, or where can we rob Peter to give Paul. On the other areas, it is this idea of A&A by the National Treasury. I think those organizations that are able to bring money to the exchequer, such as the Public Benefits Organization, this is the former NGOs, the private security companies. These are organizations, if funded, they can plow money back into the national coffers. It is important for us to identify such organizations and put money where there is actually returns. But also A&A can be abused. In our committee, we have looked at certain areas and there is potential for abuse. Finally, is the issue of equity. Budget is about equity. When you look at it, look at which part of Kenya has not been touched. And because we have the BAD's overview of the budget, let us be very proficient on that point. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Murugara will be followed by the Honorable Dr. James Nikal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking Honorable Atandi and his committee for some work very well done. I know they went deep into the nights trying to cobble these figures so that today we can have a debate on them and start the process of appropriating money to the country. So thank you very much, Honorable Atandi and your group. I'm happy to hear from the chairperson of internal security regarding area managers, whom we always speak for. I know there was public participation recently on the government policy on them, but we need to move the speed and enact that bill into a law so that we have a legal framework on which area managers can base their request for payment of their remuneration. It's nice to hear that we are also planning for the new administrative units, sub-counties. Interestingly, when I was young and in primary school, we had only 42 districts. They have moved up, and as we speak today, we have over 410 sub-counties in the Republic of Kenya. And this is commendable because it is bringing services closer to the people and it must be encouraged, including the courts, which, Mr. Speaker, you alluded to. We must now be moving towards having a courthouse, so that people do not have to walk long distances seeking legal services or justice services. Honorable Speaker, allow me to comment on the sector, the justice sector in the country, which falls under JLAC and has several agencies under it. Thank you, Honorable Atandi, because I begin with the judiciary, where I find that you have made the additional allocation of shillings 1 billion. Extremely important, because the judiciary, as the third arm of government, does important work for this country, and without it, we cannot call ourselves a state. So the judiciary has the 1 billion, which is for various purposes. And the judges, especially the Chief Justice, needs to hear this.
Honorable Murugara, honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order number 237, alerting the House that we have just entered the second allotted day for purposes of debating this motion.
Very good.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. What is the 100 billion supposed to do? Very important. Number one, we have to recruit additional judges. And pursuant to this, an advertisement has gone out that we have now to recruit 20 High Court judges and 15 Court of Appeal judges. Thank you, Honorable Atande. Number two, we must confirm over 1,000 youths who are employed under the Ajira program all over the country in all the courts. These innocent children have worked under contract for over 2 years. And I'm 100% sure that in accordance with our law and the judicial pronouncements, you cannot have a casual or temporary employee for that period of time. So the judiciary needs to look into this quickly, confirm these youngsters into P&P so that they are able to undertake their work of transcribing court proceedings amongst other duties. Number three, store the courthouses. And I always remind the judiciary that when we talk about the High Court at Homa Bay and the other high courts in the country, I also have my principal magistrate's court at Maritime. I'm happy that money is now available. We should be looking at all the court-stored projects, the courthouses, including that in Homa Bay, now completed, judges posted, and judicial services brought closer to the people. And that applies to that one at Maribanti too. And also move forward the construction of courthouses in the constituencies. I know the judiciary is asking you members of parliament to partner with them so that using CDF, you can actually put up the courthouse. They will then post for you staff. If you have any money left in CDF, this is encouraging because I'm trying it in Tharaka in 2 places. You can also try and see that you have a courthouse, not now in a constituency, but in every sub-county. This is important. That's why we are emphasizing CDF, because CDF does almost everything in this country, especially when it comes to national government projects. We have had no regard for what is happening in the counties, and I'm happy Kenyans are now waking up to say and demand counties doing for the country. What are they doing for the citizens? We are going to appropriate over 400 billion to these counties. Where is this money going? Apart from huge recurrent expense, and the little that is left is pilfered by unscrupulous governors who think themselves to be demigods in the counties. We will be taking on them head-on because we are the ones who appropriate the money and we do not appropriate it for them to consume. Thank you, Honorable Atandi, because the other state departments also got enhancements. State Department of Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, State Department of Correctional Services, State Law Office, Commission on Administrative Justice, Ethics and Anti-Corruption, and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. All these have received some enhancement, and I believe the Treasury will carry that through. On behalf of the people of Tharaka, it's vitally important that I bring to the attention of Honorable Atande how Tharaka looks like. I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, you have been to Tharaka many times. And what I say here, you can confirm if I go outside. Number one, today, there is no constituency in the country that would be proud to boast of about 25% electricity connectivity. Therefore, thank you, Honorable Atandi. You have allotted money to the Ministry of Energy. It will be my duty to go and remind that ministry that Tharaka needs affirmative action in matters electricity. Tharaka does not have many tarmac roads. Honorable Speaker would recollect that when he visited the Barimanti, that time there was no tarmac. Today there is a semblance of tarmac that is disjointed because it has torn. I'm happy money is being allocated to actually now get up those stored projects, including that road from Chakariga to Marimanti, while we are getting a new road tarmacked towards Miomponi, Mukothima, Katunga. When it comes to water, Honorable Atandi, I actually observed that he has made a bit of allocations for water in Tharaka, although there are also recommendations of reductions, and part of it is on my water plants in the constituency. I'll be going to the ministry to recover what I'm able to recover, because Tharaka is arid and semi-arid, and these budgets we make must reflect what people are experiencing in the constituencies. I would have said a lot more, because we will actually be looking at the Committee of Supply to see how the money is going to be allocated, and we will actually be making contributions on this. However, I do support the report, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Dr. James Nikal, the Chair, Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by appreciating the Chair and the Committee of Budget and Appropriation on how they've conducted the whole process and how they've interacted with the departmental committee chairs. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this budget because this budget has focused on stabilizing the health sector and looked at the important key areas that we really need to look at as a country to stabilize our health system. The budget has looked at the primary health care system, where areas like vaccination, malaria, TB have actually been addressed with funding. To take just one, vaccines, we put 4.6 billion. And in promotive services, we have 10 billion, which covers many areas, including even the kits that will be required for primary health promoters. So, Speaker, even level 2 and level 3 services that have been a problem and has been actually the bane of the complaints in SHA actually will be addressed by the money that is put in primary health care and emergency and critical illness, which we talk about a little later. Mr. Speaker, the other areas that are really key in the complaints we have in the health sector has been actually human resource. And in human resource, we have three main areas, and they have actually been addressed, if not fully, but adequately for the purposes now. One is the UHC workers who have been actually camping out here, where 6.1 billion has been allocated. They have, of course, been asking for a lot more, but if the figures are worked out, and if there is proper planning on how this is organized between the county government and the national government, and I hope they'll do that, this money will actually adequately start off the process. The issue of interns have been addressed, and the funds have been put to actually address the agreements that they had. Same as the issue of registrars, that has been a long time, and at least 200 million been put to actually start to streamline how registrars are actually applied in all the areas, in all the facilities where they are training. The other area that has been quite is the area of financing, Mr. Speaker, there's been a problem with SHA. There's no question about it, and the people who are complaining that SHA is not working had a point. And the people also who are complaining, were saying it is working, had a point. The issue was very actually straightforward. The issue is we had 3 funds there. The SHIF, which is the Social Health Insurance Fund, which is a contribution, and that was going on, and people who are admitted were actually getting services. But the issue of primary health care fund, which was funded from tax, and the emergency and critical care actually have not been funded before. And as you have indicated, we have had earlier, we have had 13 billion for primary care fund and 10 billion for emergency critical and chronic care fund. So with that, if the ministry and in working in coordination with the county government, particularly for the primary health care fund, the complaints of outpatient and level 2 and level 3 in regard to SARS should actually be resolved. And people should actually now register, because with that, we expect that it should work. The other issue in the sector is the issue of availability of drugs and equipment. And therefore, in KEMSA has actually been supported in its operations, but earlier they had actually got, in the ongoing budget, they had got 1.5 billion, which should actually help them to recover from the effects of COVID. The other major issue is the referral system, particularly level 6, and we have realized that actually level 6 services have an issue of equity, because you have regions where they're level 6 and regions where they're no level 6, and yet these are areas where people need services like cancer care. And to that extent, in this budget, or in the policy aspect of the budget, we are looking at how we can have these referral services upgraded. In total, all the referral services that now are in existence, we put up to 43.3 billion. And there are 2 new ones, that is Mwai Kibaki in Nyeri and Jaramogi in Kisumu, where we have put 1.3 and 2.8 billion in this budget, and I think that should help them. And then there are others that actually are in the process, and some money has been put so that this process can actually be streamlined. I don't want to go more because I think people have talked and we have the issue of time. But I want to say one main thing with this, Mr. Speaker. The health services in this country, particularly public health services, are to a large extent in the domain of the county governments. Even these funds that have been put, particularly the primary health care fund, even the UHC fund, if we do not have a proper coordination between the county government and the national government, these funds will not serve the purposes for which they are put. On this, I'm actually calling the health committee of the Council of Governors to actually work with the Ministry of Health, Medical Services, and Public Health and Sanitation departments to actually work out a process where these funds will be operational. For example, the 13 billion in primary health care fund, if applied properly, should actually support level 2, level 3, and outpatients. If we take care of that, Mr. Speaker, the complaints about SHA will actually go. And once people go to those services and to those levels and find services, people will be encouraged to enroll. But if there are complaints that they are going and they're not getting services, and to that extent, we have the Facility Improvement Fund, which is going to support level 2, which is level 2, level 3, Facility Improvement Fund, and that is where we expect that the 13.3B we'll have a system that brings that money to that level. And if that level is properly funded and people get services, then we do not see why KEMSA should actually not get paid, because that is where the drugs are used a lot. And if that is taken care of, then obviously KEMSA. So there are a lot of structural issues that have to go into place. The money has been put in place. So I'm really just asking the Health Committee of the Council of Governors, the Ministry of Health, to actually sit together and work out a system that will sort out the issue of the universal health cover, UHC workers, sort out the issue of KEMSAs, sort out the issue of interns, because funds have been made available. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Anthony Oluoch will be followed by Honorable Mukunji, the MP for Manyata. Then Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, to be followed by the Honorable Kiarie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to also rise to support this, and I want to begin, Honorable Speaker, with the second part of what the committee had moved in its motion. The chair had asked for the approval of a sum of 2.38,293,978,440 billion from the consolidated fund. I'm more concerned on my first point. On the second part, make policy and financial resolutions contained in this second part. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because a number of policy and financial recommendations have been made in the last financial year, in particular in last year's budget estimates deliberations. The first one is affirmative action, in which I hope, and I have seen attempts to carry and entrench in a number of State Department estimates. Honorable Speaker, affirmative action is now firmly entrenched under our Constitution as our foundational principles, particularly Article 10, and then goes into a number of others, including Article 204. Honorable Speaker, it is only possible that some places that are unreached, including places like informal settlements in Nairobi, when you look at the crafting of Article 204, it excludes places like cities, because the assumption is Nairobi, Kisumu, wherever those big counties are already developed. Yet, it is very, very possible, and indeed is the position, that informal settlements where you have Mathare, you have Mukuru, you have Kwajenga, you have Kibra, are all marginalized, and affirmative action in budget-making process must always extend to them. There is also the issue of budget equity, ensuring that when resources are allocated and those to whom trust is given to allocate and preside over the allocation of resources must employ a policy of budget equity across the country. The people in Turkana are as much entitled to getting roads, water, electricity, and other services as those in Lamu, the same as those in Diwa in Homa Bay, the same as those one in Muranga, and also in the constituency where Honorable Oundo comes from. The question of budget equity must be an overarching issue that always pervades in our budget-making process. Honorable Speaker, the budget making, and this is my last point on that issue of policy and financial resolution, is that budget making must constantly be on a path for the improvement and attainment of rights. I am particularly drawn to Article 28, where every person is entitled to inherent dignity and for that dignity to be respected. Same to Article 43, that says that every person is entitled to affordable and accessible housing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is very natural then that my first point in support of this budget would be on the State Department on Housing. The State Department of Housing, Honorable Speaker, has had an allocation of nearly 95 billion, and it will not be lost, especially to those of us in Nairobi. that it was possible to extend that Article 28 and Article 43, dignity and enhancement and protection of that dignity of individuals. That a person who was living in an informal settlement in Mukuru, and soon that could be extended to Mathare and other places, Makadara, Kibera, Langata, they can now finally enter a decent house where they can get a shower, possibly a hot shower, they can get clean water, they can get access to electricity, whereas it was the common practice that for them to get electricity, they would either have to do illegal connection or go into other illicit ways of lighting, which are a constant cause for fire in informal settlements. Honorable Speaker, the other area where I think affirmative action should have been endeared because it was extended last year was the area of the State Department on basic education. And I'm happy that in the supplementary budget, His Excellency the President did extend 1 billion Kenya shillings to all the 17 constituencies in Nairobi. We engaged in that discussion this year as leaders of Nairobi and made that petition to His Excellency and also to the Chair of Budget. Unfortunately, because of the limited fiscal space, we have been assured that Nairobi will get a similar extension of 1 billion to extend, especially to the informal settlements, the idea of basic infrastructure. This is why you can now see, when I started off by saying what are the policy and financial issues that must underlie the budget-making process. On the issue of education, because now I'm there, Mr. Speaker, I have seen, I think that is a futuristic premonition that our Speaker, sitting as he is right now, will one day get that title of His Excellency. Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Undo, what is out of order? Prophecies like that must be taken seriously.
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I needed also to add my voice because the way your face has glared, the way your soul has lifted, I can see it has truly touched the bottom of your heart.
Yes.
And may the God's wishes come to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable KJ, what do you find out of order in that prophecy?
Mr. Speaker, I imagine that we have standing orders that dictate what a point of order is. And I do not think that the Honorable Daktari stood on a point of order, even from his submission. Mr. Speaker, what was said by the Honorable Member for Mathare is only possible today, after we have been able to make it clear to Kenyans that anybody in this country can rise to the highest seat in office. And Mr. Speaker, this is only possible within this broad-based government, Mr. Speaker, that has given opportunity to any member of this country to feel part, not only of the country, but also part of government. So, Mr. Speaker, the dreams that are being prophesied by the Honorable Member Wakili Oluoch are possible. And all I would like to say is that those dreams are very, very valid. And if it so happened, then we shall have the brain power that we were talking about, the tyranny of Akili from Homa Bay, rising to a high position of power. But to my mind, Mr. Speaker, what Dr. Oundo rose on was not a point of order as stipulated by our standing orders. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable KJ, the Honorable Dr. Oundo merely confirmed that that prophecy appeared to rest very well in my soul.
Yes, precisely.
So there is nothing out of order. Honorable Watch, you will continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And so I wanted to conclude that point by talking to the question of capitation. I see that about 90 billion has been put on the question of capitation. And just like CDF, I think the issue is usually half the question of allocation, but secondly, a question of exchequer. And even though the House has constantly, in its oversight role, tried to ensure that we match allocation with prompt and timely disbursements of these monies. So, and I have seen on the flip side that the capitation money has gone down from 22,000 Kenya shillings per student to about 17. I should hope that this will not affect the number of students or leave out some of the students, or if there is a gap, I hope that the chair and the budget committee will plug this in supplementary too. On that issue of education of the State Department, I have seen gladly that about 5.9 billion has been reinstated on the question of exams. There is still a shortfall of 6 billion, and hopefully this will be able to be flagged. There is also about 7.5 billion on the confirmation of intern teachers. The only issue that I want to request that we must ensure that is done is a question of equity, one of the three policy issues that I said should underlie our budget making process, so that the teachers and the distribution of this opportunity to have teachers extends to people in far-flung areas and people who historically have not had similar amounts and numbers put and extended to them, can also have proper TSC teachers, as opposed to relying on BOG teachers, as is the case in some of the constituencies, including Mathare, and I know also of my good friend, Honorable TJ Kajwang. I wanted to speak on the State Department for Infrastructure. And Honorable Speaker, one of the key issues that I've raised also here in relation to the question of equity. I had recently a debate or pronouncements being made about securitization being an illegality. Now, I looked at Section 6 of the Roads Act and Section 32A(1)(c), and it clearly allows the minister to set apart part of the money that is allocated, of the 50% allocation that is able to go down in terms of distribution, and to set apart this money, invest it, and then plow it back so that we are able to deal with two things. One is a question of pending bills, which continue to be a big impediment in the rollout of new roads and carpeting of roads and maintenance of roads in the case of constituencies like Nairobi. And so the idea of securitization would be able to deal with pending bills and at the same time be able to deal with the question of equity. Lastly, because my time is over, is on the question of energy. I cannot fail to thank the committee and Honorable Atandi that through the intervention of His Excellency, you are able to extend 500 million that informal settlements, including my own constituency, Mathare, where one ward with 30,000 people has not seen electricity for the last 7 years, can now be able to have a last mile connection. And I also see that RAREC will be able to implement this. Also on this, and this is my final point as a support, 670, is it million or billion, on electrification of constituencies. I hope this will be divided equitably so that we are able to have street lights and high masts in order to enhance security in our constituencies. I thank you and I support the budget making process and the estimates by the committee. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Mukunji. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to give my contribution. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take toll and congratulate the chair and the committee. This is never an easy job to actually work on the budget of the country. But first, Honorable Speaker, I want to first clearly indicate that we are talking of close to 900 billion in our deficit in this year's budget, Honorable Speaker. And it is important to say that I believe we need to change how we work on these budgets in a way that if we fell short in our previous years through our collections, we need to take that into considerations and work within our means, Honorable Speaker. And since we are talking about a budget of close to 3 trillion, it tells you, Honorable Speaker, we have actually just expanded our consumption as a country. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to take note that when we talk of deficit, there are so many other things that are not included, including matters to do with pending bills, and now the current issue we are normally hearing about secularization of fuel levy and most likely other levies. Honorable Speaker, I want to take note of pending projects. And I know every member in his constituency has projects that have stalled and have been waiting funding. And I want to appreciate that I've seen the committee has put in a water project, Itabwa Muthatari and New Kidhemo water project, to be completed. And it just required 20 million Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, but it has been pending for close to 3-4 years, and people have not had a chance to use the water. Honorable Speaker, as I speak about the irrigation project, I want to take toll and also support the chair of Irrigation and Water Committee and say that, Honorable Speaker, this government and the ministry must really know where we can have impactful projects. And I believe water projects are among the projects that really can change this country and ensure that our country develops. Honorable Speaker, we have had many presidents and regimes making a name. Honorable Mwai Kibaki, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, made a name through education. He also made a name through SMEs. His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta has obviously made a name in the infrastructure of this nation. The railway systems, the road systems, including the famous expressway. And I believe the place this regime can make a name is ensuring that everybody has gotten water, either for irrigation and, Honorable Speaker, piped water for drinking. That is just my advice. And, Honorable Speaker, I want to take note of the 2 billion coffee cherry fund, which has been allocated. And, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that there is a pending issue on what I would call waiver of our coffee factory debts that has been a promise for years. And, Honorable Speaker, I have heard the majority leader take credit of the good pricing of coffee that has been happening for this year. And I want to correct him and say that, yes, we have had good prices for coffee, but where the government can make an impact is not to take credit of the good pricing, but to ensure the longevity of the good pricing through ensuring that the factories are free of debt, as it is happening in the sugar farming areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have seen a lot of usage of money in empowerment. Honorable Speaker, I have seen leaders led by the Deputy President moving around doing some empowerment programs. And I was very keen to check whether there is an allocation in the budget for that program. And to my shock, I've not seen any, Honorable Speaker. I've seen only 4 billion that has been allocated to the youth ministry, and I believe that is not enough to even cater for empowerment together with the wages. Honorable Speaker, I want to actually...
The Honorable Mukunji, do you need information
no,
from Honorable Watch?
No, I don't need information because of time, Honorable Speaker.
Well,
I'll talk to my good friend, Honorable Alwatch, on the side. But, Honorable Speaker, as I continue, I want to say that we need equity in sharing of our budget. And I want to actually differ with many speakers that have said budget committee in the previous years has been skewed. Honorable Speaker, where we are having a skewed budget is when we make a budget in this house, but then somewhere else we have other new places where there is allocation of resources. And this has made only the places that some people have visited to be the ones that are actually getting the resources. I would like to call upon this House to take charge of the budget, where every constituency is represented, except the constituencies that are waiting to do by-elections. And if we do that, Honorable Speaker, I believe we'll be sharing our resources fairly in almost all areas. Honorable Speaker, on education, I want to say that I was speaking to a number of teachers for the last 2 days. And I was shocked to hear there is interference in the NEMIS program that we use to allocate money. And Honorable Speaker, I know you are shocked when you heard there is a school that got 87 shillings through NEMIS. And this is because I'm told head teachers upload names of the student, but then within a minute they are removed. And this has made the NEMIS system to be unfair to some of the areas and some of the schools. Honorable Speaker, it's good as we allocate money for capitation to actually take charge of an audit of the NEMIS program. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the new funding model. And Honorable Speaker, right now we have allocated close to around 97 billion. Honorable Speaker, this program, the new funding model, by the time this country goes fully into the new funding model, we are going to need close to 350 billion to run that university program. I want to call upon this House to actually take stock, and please, we would like, when we see something is not sustainable, to look at how we can reduce and ensure that we don't have a new funding model where students are staying in the universities without very clear ways of paying their school fees. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, I want to say, of course, CDF has been a game changer when it comes to bridging the gap in the education sector, and I want to put my words there that that is fund that we should fight tooth and nail to protect. Honorable Speaker, as I talk about housing, and I have taken note of Honorable Member from Madare, I also want to say that these are resources that we need to expand their usage. Honorable Speaker, why housing cannot be a major accolade from many Kenyans is because housing are a very personal development agenda. Honorable Speaker, I call upon us to look at how we can amend that law and allow areas that need water to get water, others that need houses to get houses, others that need of electricity to get electricity, so that, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to ensure every part of the country feels value for the resources that they are cut through levy, Honorable Speaker. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the police force has had an increment in what they are getting. But I want to say that it is good that...
is out of order, Honorable Anthony Lodge.
See, you had already almost wind up, for I deliberately waited for you to finish. I am on my feet. I'm on the point of order. Is it in order, Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Member to attempt to limit the rights and put a hierarchy that would place the housing needs of my constituents and those of KJ and informal settlements to put the water needs of his constituency over mine? Would it be in order when this is under Article 28 on the question of dignity and Article 43 of the Constitution? Secondly, on the point of order, was it in order to mislead this House that the Deputy President has been running around on empowerment project without a budget? This is both a point of order and a point of information, because I sit in the Education Committee. The program the Deputy President is going around doing is called a National Youth Empowerment and something. What is the other name? Yes. And there is a budget under the State Department of MSME on that one. It is a co-funded project between the World Bank and the government of Kenya. And so there is money and a budget to run off, and it is not, is it in order that the member continues to mislead this House? Thank you.
Honorable Mukunji.
Honorable Speaker, you have to be fair.
Those are statements duly attributed to you, and you want to clarify or withdraw them.
Honorable Speaker, I will ask for fairness in time because I've been interrupted while I'm finishing up. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that, of course, if it is genuinely empowerment, it should be very clear on how it is put, it should be coded, and we should clearly know that there is some money for every constituency on empowerment. But Honorable Speaker, I was finishing up, and I wanted to mention something to do with county governments and what they are receiving vis-a-vis what they are collecting in the ANA. Honorable Speaker, there has been a lot of corruption in what counties do in their collections. And that is why there is a big burden, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the resources they need from the national government. I would call upon this House to come up with more stringent measures to ensure counties' ANA is not misused, and automation of it must be mandatory, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support, and Honorable Speaker, among what I was dictating on housing is what I would call the common user projects that touch on lives of everybody. That is roads, electricity, and water. And everybody needs us. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Is it Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this report is pursuant to this floor of the House, pursuant to Article 221 of the Constitution, that requires the committee to deliberate, hold public participation, and submit its report and recommendations to this House. So it's proper in this House, and that's why we are debating on it. Honorable Speaker, and let me also congratulate my neighbor for presiding over his first report in this matter, even though, let me admit, there's nothing earth-shaking, there's nothing so innovative, there's nothing so departure from the old ritual that's being presented here today. But be it, I know his hands are tied, just like anybody else. I hope it was our own government under the Raila Amolo Odinga, where our hands will be unshackled and will make all the major issues that we need to put into place. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo, you've invited a point of order from the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Honorable Speaker, it's never in my intention to disrupt my brother and my neighbor, Honorable Oundo. But Honorable Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Oundo to belittle this House by claiming that this House does not have powers to make budget, when it is very clear that budget making is the mandate and responsibility of this House? Is it in order, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable Speaker, I did not in any way say that Parliament doesn't have powers to make budget. I just said his hands are tied because of the fiscal framework we are facing, the economic situation we are facing, so his hands are tied. And I said, Honorable Speaker, that if Raila Amolo Odinga was the president, this predicament the country is going through will not be there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But Honorable Dr. Oundo, we need also to be factual. For the first time, I've seen budget estimates where a road project, for instance, is proposed in Mandera County. I've never seen any like that before. And for the first time, the constituency of the Honorable Martin Owino, the constituency which has never seen a tarmac road or a road raised to bitumen, is in the estimates.
Honorable Speaker.
Several other roads in regions and places which have been forgotten by other budget estimates of the past. So give the devil his due.
Hello, Honorable Speaker, I hope the time you have taken to speak you will give, because you have taken 5 minutes.
It is preserved.
Honorable Speaker, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, they can celebrate, but as people of Busia, but people for lesser God, we have nothing to celebrate, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me, and probably to pick up on 2 issues. Honorable Mkunja has left it off, that there are some basic common user facilities that are required. Every Kenyans require them. Other things they can sort themselves out. there are things that are retained by the national government, which we legislate or we budget through this process. Honorable Speaker, when I look at the amount, there is under the roads and infrastructure, there is close to 200 billion, I think so, yeah, 200 billion slated for roads and related infrastructure. And as usual, Honorable Speaker, I've painstakingly gone through this document. The specific itemized roads, where that 200 billion is going to go, I have not seen it. And this continues the opaque nature of budget making that I thought our experts and the chair, we having suffered with him in the trenches, would have been magnanimous enough, or the committee, even the Parliamentary Budget Office, would have annexed to this report and say, out of the following projects, this is where each, the funds totaling to 200 billion going to. Honorable Speaker, again, typical for our nature, we are the same, going back to where we were. Opaque nature, somebody will sit somewhere and basically allocate that money and franchise or just ignore many other places. And that, Honorable Speaker, I say so with a heavy heart that Article 10 of the Constitution that requires inclusiveness, equality, is continuously flouted in the budget-making process. So for many of us, Honorable Speaker, we may not have much to celebrate in this budget. Honorable Speaker, allow me now to pick out a few issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you go now to the committee recommendations, for example, I want to draw the third schedule under Vote 1065, University Education. And I want the Kenyans and their parents to hear this very clearly. They have reduced 1.3 billion recurrent from government-sponsored students in private universities. So I want to tell the parents and their children that as you fill KUSIPs this year, if you are allocated to a private university, the burden to go through those 4 years or whichever number of years lies squarely in your hands. So do not make a mistake of accepting to go to those private universities. And for the private universities, this is an open discrimination by your own government against your own children who are children of this country. Then the question you wonder, why don't you issue charters to private universities if we don't allow Kenyan children to go there? Number two, Honorable Speaker, where we are talking about a complete flouting of Article 10 of the Constitution. They are increasing 600 million for infrastructure support to public universities. Again, it's very opaque. They are not told which university is receiving the money, where that money is going to. Honorable Speaker, the process continues. And Honorable Speaker, I want to go say this on record, that where the specific amount, they have said 100 million to Rongo, 100 million for Rongo University, 125 million to Jaramogi Oginga University, 50 million to Just, I think that's the same university, and obviously, Honorable Speaker, the zero allocation for Lupe University in Busia County. Honorable Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of the country that in the same budget, there has been a reduction of 3 billion on secondary school capitation. So what does it mean? It means the parents will have to dig deeper in their pockets to supplement. The argument they are saying probably that there are less students in secondary schools, that argument cannot hold, Honorable Speaker, because the cover-up, the clean-up from the old system forced so many of the students who had been mark-timing to go back to school. Honorable Speaker, I have so many other cases I would have want to pick out, but for the sake of time, let me, Honorable Speaker, address the elephant in the house, the issue of universal health care. Honorable Speaker, I have been a very strong proponent of registration and a shift and share. In my constituency, wherever I go, I
I sing the gospel, I sing the idea, just like Jesus Christ used to preach all over. Honorable Speaker, there has been very many good cases, and I must applaud there have been many cases. And Honorable Nyikali is here, Dr. Nyikali is seated here with us. We really need to address the issue of the universal health care, the issue of critical illness, and Honorable Speaker, the relationship between SHA and private hospitals. As I stand here, Honorable Speaker, I have a case of a patient from my constituency who is admitted at Zion Hospital in Maradaima here in Nairobi. The bill as of last week, 2 weeks ago, was 450. SHA only paid 56,000. SHA only paid 56,000, Honorable Speaker. The family has raised 170-something. They still have about 200,000, and the person is detained in hospital as we stand today, Honorable Speaker. This is a 19-year-old boy who was accidentally knocked on the road crossing, going to his side hustles, and there has been no attempt at all to solve the problem. I want to implore upon you, to implore you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, and the Budget Committee. We must find a way of how we can have a social intervention system to deal with this kind of cases. We have nowhere where we get 200,000 to solve the matter. The longer they stay in the hospital, the longer the problem becomes. I have another and also detained, Honorable Speaker, in a private hospital in Eldoret. Didn't have SHA. It was not yet registered in SHA, and that's where the danger we have. Honorable Speaker, we must invest in the process of registering the members. Let me conclude, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of money allocated to county governments. And I have seen here, Honorable Speaker, it's agreed all over the country that we don't see value for the money that has gone to county governments. That most of the money is either lost in recurrent expenditure, because county governments have now become employment bureaus. They employ literally everybody, even people who never go to work or who have no even specific job description. They are on the payroll of the county governments. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General has requested for more money, and I'm happy the committee has added them more money. We can save much more money and give them more money if they're going to net the thieves in the county governments. For sure, it will be a travesty of justice to add them more money next financial year if they have not brought to book the thieving members in the county assembly. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I also listened to Honorable Atandi indicate that they have reduced the physical deficit. I am surprised because we have not passed the finance bill. So we do not know how much revenue we are going to generate. I think it's important we tell the people of Kenya the process, how it flows. We cannot talk about reducing 1 million.
Give the Honorable Oundo 2 minutes.
I will not even take 2 minutes. Honorable Speaker, it is important we need the logical flow. We know how much we can spend. We know what are requirements. Then we go for revenue raising measures. Is that point that we'll know what's the physical deficit? For example, what if the finance bill fails? We're still going to have another supplementary one immediately like we had last year. Prudent management indicates you must foresee and plan adequately. So, Honorable Speaker, so that KJ can speak, let me conclude here. And he was after me. And let me conclude and say, Honorable Speaker, we must monitor budget performance. We appropriate, but Treasury does not disburse the money. At the end of the year, what we are supposed to have done is not done. The budget becomes a consumption budget, not a productive budget, and that's why you find our economy has stalled, is not expanding. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members are advised to read the report of the committee together with the budget estimates under the schedule. The voluminous thing, I think most members normally focus on the summarized report, but this one is a bit more specific. The Honorable Kiari John.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And I also must thank the Honorable Samuel Atandi and congratulate him for preparing his maiden budget, and in the same breath congratulate his committee, which has judiciously combed through this budget and even had time to listen in on the sector proposals. And I must say that this year it has been a bit different, because we can see that this report that he presents to the House is true to the submissions that were made by the different committees before his committee. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to appreciate the tireless work that was done by the Chair Emeritus, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, who is also a member of this committee, and I want to believe that he was also part of the team that was burning midnight oil to ensure that this gets to us in time. Mr. Speaker, the work done here, we can see that the committee was very keen to move in the direction of austerity. And they were doing this while balancing very many competing interests. And Mr. Speaker, what they have done for the year 25-26 starts us off on a good trajectory towards where we would want Kenya to go, and especially being true to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And Mr. Speaker, I want to speak this from the bottom of my heart, that the generation of members of parliament in the 13th parliament will one day look back and they shall be extremely proud that they were part of the team that made extremely difficult decisions when Kenya needed decisions to be made, at a time when Kenya could not continue kicking the can down the road, because some of the things that the Honorable Samuel Atandi and his committee are funding in this report are things that Kenya has always wanted to do. Mr. Speaker, not a single presidential candidate has vied in any election in this country and never mentioned the issue of housing. Every time they put it in their manifesto, every time they tried to implement it, because of populist politics, they shied off. But this time around, Mr. Speaker, this is a generation of leaders who have decided to take the bull by the horns, and we are seeing the results, Mr. Speaker. In just 1 year of funding this program called the Affordable Housing Program, we in Nairobi are seeing the benefit of it. Mr. Speaker, words cannot explain what we saw in Mukuru, when individuals who would never have dreamt to be in a house that has what we take to be basic amenities, sinks that have running water, toilets that are inside their house, and all these other things that we take for granted. These people who had never imagined that they could live in a stone-walled house were receiving their keys thanks to the decisions that are being made by the generation of leaders this time. Mr. Speaker, in Dagoretti South constituency, we are waiting. Coming out of this budget that is presented by Honorable Sam Atandi, we are expecting to see the biggest infrastructural drive in the history of our constituency, Mr. Speaker. Seeing the coming up of affordable housing projects in Gashui, seeing the affordable housing, constructing houses in Reruta, the markets that have broken ground in Reruta, the markets that are coming up to break ground in Waithaka and in Gashui. Mr. Speaker, these decisions that need to be made must be made by people who know that you do not have to always be popular, because sometimes in leadership you have to make very tough decisions and history shall vindicate you. We have seen it in the case of the Honorable President Emeritus Mwai Kibaki, when he was making the hard and tough decisions, and especially in the coalition government with the Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We will remember we were old enough when Kenyans were shouting them down, saying that Kibaki and Raila do not love Kikuyus. They are demolishing the houses of Kikuyus. But the moment Thika Road came up, the moment the bypasses became operational, today everybody is saying that Kibaki must have been the best president Kenya had. Because at a time of reform, at a time of building, it might be painful, but the benefits that accrue out of it go into posterity. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Samatandi is helping us fund here the university funding model. Mr. Speaker, you remember when the Honorable Mwai Kibaki attempted to say that there is free primary education, some people were shouting him down. They were saying Kibaki is not giving us masomo ya bure. He is giving us masomo bure. And people were saying it is not possible to admit all those children into primary schools and give them quality education. Today, we are seeing the result of it. So, Honorable Speaker, I do see the work that has been put in by the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, moving us towards the realization of dreams that Kenya has had as aspirations since the inception of country. Mr. Speaker, I did take note of an observation made by the committee in regard of revenue mobilization. And Mr. Speaker, this cannot be taken lightly. When the committee makes a recommendation that KRA has to better its ways of mobilizing revenue. And Mr. Speaker, in this age of technology, KRA can be more innovative, more creative. I am seeing what is happening in Malawi, Mr. Speaker, where their revenue authority is undertaking a lottery that invites people to enter a lottery with their ETR receipts, which is really bringing up the issue of compliance among the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, to a place where they are able to improve on revenue collection. KRA attempted that, went the wrong way about it. Because when it comes to some of these things, you have to depend on experts to get it right, Mr. Speaker. This issue of revenue mobilization, Mr. Speaker, speaks also to the recommendation, to the observation made by the committee on the management, the mobilization, and the utilization of A&A within government institutions. And Mr. Speaker, the observation made by the committee must be followed with a recommendation that this committee sees through. Because the way that A&A is mobilized, the way A&A is utilized within government agencies, if that was streamlined, we would be able to comfortably raise in excess of over $500 billion just from in A&A, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these budget estimates that as presented by the committee are also speaking to issues in the sector that I am superintending over. Mr. Speaker, I chair the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. And the budget policy statement did note and identify that the creative economy and the digital economy are offer great opportunities for work, engagement, and also money raising for the youth in this country. And Mr. Speaker, that is why you will find that in this budget, we have been able to allocate in excess of 16 billion Kenya shillings to the State Department of ICT and the digital economy. We have also been able to allocate 6 billion, in excess of 6 billion, to the State Department of Broadcasting and Telecommunication. Mr. Speaker, with this in our sector, we aim to be able to develop the ICT infrastructure by rolling out in excess of 35,000 kilometers of fiber, providing internet connectivity to over 43,000 institutions, schools, hospitals, government offices. And Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking this at a time when it must be noted in this House that connectivity now is not just a mere utility. Connectivity today, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of life and death. There are some systems that are depending on connectivity in the civic areas, even in security areas, in the military, and even for operations to happen, Mr. Speaker, this connectivity speaks to development of our country and even being able to raise revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we noted when we were doing this budget making process. Mr. Speaker, the final thing that I wanted to mention is that we noted that the persistent budget cuts and the inadequate allocations are leading to delay in very major capital projects, Mr. Speaker. And I do pray that the committee led by Honorable Sam Atandi, he himself, a financial mind of great repute, is going to be vigilant to the extent that this budget shall be implemented as passed by this House. So that, Mr. Speaker, we do not run into the situation where, after we pass such a good budget, we end up in situations where we have exchequer problems, or even worse, come back to the House with a supplementary budget that negates very important things that were passed in the main budget. Mr. Speaker, with those points, I know I have much I would have wanted to say about our sector, but with those few points, Mr. Speaker, allow me to support this report on the consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 and commend the new chair and his committee for a great job well done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Martin Owino, MP from Dewa, will now be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to fully support this budget estimate for the year 25-26. And I want to congratulate the chair, as he moves out there, for the work well done. Mr. Speaker, reducing the fiscal deficit by 0.7 is not an easy task. And I want to ask them to put the foot on the pedal, on the gas pedal, because it's the right trajectory. Mr. Speaker, I want to just pick few items here because majority has been spoken here. I don't want to repeat. But the sugar sector reforms, 2 billion. We come from the sugar growing area. I think this is a good thing to do. I just ask that it should be oversighted well as the leases go on. Most of this should pay the debts which are there.